We'll turn the recording on. And so let's have a motion, have a vote on, does anyone have any other revisions to the agenda? Hearing none. Marion?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Okay, very good. And I wanted to note that Eric let me know that he's not available tonight, unfortunately, so we'll go with 4. So the next item is the consent agenda. Are there any motions with respect to consent agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
Excellent. Marion?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
And I as well. Okay, Heidi, you're up. We're going to cover the 2 bonding issues that you're bringing forward.
Great, thank you very much. So the first one is for renewing the DPW truck because since it wasn't able to be delivered, I could not put it in a long-term bond, so it had to be separated out. And we're going to do another 1-year borrowing on this item and hopefully to get it in this year. So I'm asking to have a motion to award the 1-year bond anticipation note with a renewal rate of 2.94% for the ATM 21 DPW pickup truck for the amount of $109,719 to Norwood Bank.
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay, Marion?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
And I as well. And the second one, Heidi?
Great, so this one is our general obligation bond, and it's mainly the ATM articles from the 2020 and the 2021. And it also includes the 2022 Dover Sherborn roof for the schools included in this. The bid was very good. We had probably the most number of bidders this time. We had 7 bids turned in, which was very good. The rates were much higher than had been, which we were expecting, but we got it in before the other interest rate. So that just happened. So I think it was good timing. And I'm looking for a motion to move to award the general obligation bond for assorted capital items from the annual town meetings in 2020, 2021, and 2022 in the amount of $5,645,000 to Fidelity Capital Markets at a price of $6,234,515.79, and further votes as listed in the attached select board vote from bond council. There was a 3-page item. It is standard. That vote that is signed by the clerk covers both the short-term and the long-term one and becomes part of the file.
So moved. With 2 questions.
Okay, why don't you ask the questions, then we'll take a second.
So the first question is, I believe this to be the case that the 75 basis point interest increase cannot be incorporated into this bond, that the interest rate is fixed as to what was bid. Is that correct?
Yes, so the bid for this one came out to 3.179367. That was the winning bid.
And so
it's
that's
fixed.
that's locked in. I mean, this is a
Yes.
point for our listeners. That's locked in before the 3/4 point rate increase.
Correct.
The second point is that if you look at the amount of the cost of the bond, I think you said 6,400,000, and you compare it to what we are using the money for, which is like 5 point something. It looks like this bond is costing us $600,000 because we're going to pay $600,000 more back than we're spending on the various warrant articles. Is that correct?
Well, we went out for bid for $6,155,000 bond. That's how much our items were. And we got a premium of over $600,000. So what we did was resized the bond, applying that premium, which brought it down into the $5 million range. And that's why, so we will actually receive the 6 million, and then we're using that amount, allocating it towards the bond payments, which is going to help bring our debt service payment down next year. Also, by moving the dates a little bit on it, we're able to only make one interest payment next year because we're closing in August. So I'm pushing the interest for the next one off till the following year. And it will make us be closer in line to the budget amount that we had for this bond, even with the increase in the interest rates.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion. Can we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Marion,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
and I am I as well. Thank you very much, Heidi.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do an overview of the town administrator search process. And Bill, I want to let you know, we're going to ask the candidates to be in the waiting room until their interview, if that's okay with you. So don't sweat it. We'll be there. And I'm trying to make enough time. You were supposed to start at 6:30, but because we had a problem with the link, we start, as you know, it started a little late. But I hope to get to you within 10 minutes or so, so you won't be too late. Thank you. Okay, so I don't know, a number of people on the, I didn't know how many people are going to be attending tonight. So I'm going to just give a quick overview of what the search process was for anyone that wasn't involved. They'll at least know kind of where this began. As people probably know, we started in January looking to replace our town administrator. And in doing so, we created an 8-member search committee that included 2 select board members, the vice chair of the personnel board, and 5 residents. You're supposed to have 2 to 3 residents, but we got 5 and we accepted all of them. So they were the 8-person search committee and included a diverse representative from the town, different age groups, different backgrounds. So we feel like it was a broad perspective of residents. We then selected several search firms to consider to help facilitate the process. And we picked a firm called Municipal Resources, Inc., MRI. That was the firm that we used. The committee was chaired by Vicki Rellis and I was vice chair. And we met, I forget the exact dates, but probably starting in February, right up until recently to review the candidates. We advertised the town administrator position for 30 days, received 23 applications in total, and it was winnowed down to 8 candidates that was felt to be the most promising candidates. We then submitted 3 written questions for each candidate to respond to, and we then used that information to narrow the search down to 4 candidates to interview by the search committee. And we conducted those 4 interviews over 2 nights and ultimately selected the 3 that were put forward by the search committee for us to talk to tonight. So that's how we got to where we are. Now, does anyone have any questions so far on that?
I have a quick question. MRI, the consultant, did the winnowing down to 8. Is that
Correct. That's correct.
Not the search committee.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the way the process is going to work tonight, we're going to review or interview each of the candidates for 1 hour and 15 minutes if necessary. I'm not sure it'll take that long. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to have the candidates be in the waiting room until their turn to speak, so that no one gets an unfair advantage of hearing their predecessors. We've turned the chat off, and we're only going to allow the select board, the town administrator, interim town administrator, and then the candidates during their interviews to speak. So we're not taking comments or questions from other participants, partly because we already have a 4.5-hour agenda without any of that. So it'll be a long night. So that's how we're going to manage the process. So it's going to be quite a while. So we ask for your patience. And so I'm going to bring Bill back in for the first interview if,
Jeff,
Anyone-
can I ask a question about the process
sure,
before you bring Bill in?
yeah,
We were given a list of sample questions that we might ask. Those were just suggestions.
right.
But what is going to be, what do you envision as being the protocol? Are we going to take turns or each?
Well,
ask one
there's only
question, or what?
4 of us, but one thing I was planning to do, which I've done in other searches, the first thing I'm going to do is ask for an opening statement from the candidate if they have one. And the last thing I'll ask is for a closing statement if they want to give one. In between, we sent you the list. The search committee had a total of 22 questions, including opening and closing statements. So we sent that to you, the select board members. So you're welcome to use those questions or any other ones that you feel you want to ask. So I think it will be maybe a little bit less organized, but I think we're all smart enough and intelligent enough to come up with good questions. But I think the open and closing statement will allow them to give us some background in a concise way. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah,
Right.
are you going to give them some guidelines as to length of speeches?
Not really. We have an hour and 15 minutes per
Okay.
candidate, so
Right.
I think they'll be sensible enough to know that. Paul, were you gonna suggest
Yeah,
something?
Just gonna say this, that I was a member of the search committee, so I participated in interviewing these people already. And therefore, I'm more than willing to defer to those members of the board who were not part of the search committee. So George and Marion have at it. I don't need to go first. I mean, I basically asked all my questions of all of these candidates.
Recording in progress.
Oops.
I don't know what that was from, but it's recording is on. Go ahead, Paul.
So I've already asked my questions. I'm satisfied that all 3 candidates bring valuable contributions to the town. So it's really up to the 3 of you to decide who would be the best fit
You're
for the town.
muted. You're muted,
Oh,
George.
it's up to all 4 of us. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
just 3 people. I mean,
Yeah,
that's not a good statement. We really, I mean, unfortunately, it's 4 of us, not 5, but it's up to all 4 of us, not just defer to other people.
yeah.
All
I'm
right.
talking about the questions.
Oh, okay.
To the extent that we're going to have equal, let's say each of us have 5 minutes to ask questions, I'm perfectly willing, George, for you to take 10 minutes and have my time,
Mhm.
because I don't particularly feel a need to ask questions, and the same with Mary. So feel free to run over.
Although, Paul, I appreciate that, and I will run over with abandon, but there may be questions that you asked for which the answers would be good for all of us to hear, because we didn't
Correct.
see the questions, but we don't know what their answers were, except for the couple of essays. So if there is a question that you think is kind of crucial, I'd be interested to hear what they said.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so we can prompt some questions if you want, but I somewhat agree with Paul in that I also heard interviewed previously, but if I see that there's a gap or we're, looking for some good questions, I feel the list of 22 that we came up with is a pretty good list that was generated by all 8 members. So if I see that we're not covering a particular area that the search committee covered, I might just ask the question to fill that gap. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I think we'll let the next candidate in if everybody's ready. So it's Bill Chenard, and I'll ask him to give an opening statement here. You want to bring them in, Diane?
I have. I'm where they're joining now as we speak.
Yep. Okay, Buzz, thanks for joining us. And Bill, we got you out of the on deck circle and into the batter's circle. So we're happy to have you join us tonight. There's one of our select board members is missing, so there's 4 of us here tonight. It's a 5-member select board. So would you like to start by, I don't know if you have an opening statement or an introductory statement of any kind. Would you like to kick it off for us?
Sure, I absolutely would. And first, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So I am Bill Chenard. I am currently the town manager with the town of Pembroke. It's an interesting job down there, as you may have seen this past week. I think I've hit every news agency on the Massachusetts, but I have, extensive experience in the municipal world. Have held jobs such as director of assessing, business manager, DPW director, deputy town administrator with the town of Natick, and now the town manager with the town of Pembroke. Education, I've taken several formal education courses, degrees and certificates. I've also taken hundreds of courses over my career, specific courses in assessing, financial management, and procurement, all of the MCPPO courses, Massachusetts Certified Public Procurement Official. So have the education experience. I believe I have the personality, temperament, and the fit for the job. Obviously, you folks need to determine that fit on your side. I've been through this process a number of times in different positions, and understand that you may see yourself as the best candidate. You may have awesome education and experience, but the town may see you as not a good fit. I'm hoping that's not the case here. I hope you see me as a good fit. But I certainly respect that. When I choose communities, I don't just throw resumes out there and blanket the marketplace. I'm very picky about where I choose to go. And obviously been successful in my career, and hopefully look forward to moving forward with the town of Sherborn.
Great, thank you. Would you like to start, Marion? Would you like to ask the first question?
Sure, I'll give it a go. I'm always interested in people's unique career trajectories. Everyone is different and everyone is interesting. And yours has centered on Natick for a very long time. And you served a couple of times as acting town administrator in Natick. Could you tell us what were the circumstances in which you stepped up as acting town administrator? What was
Sure. So in Natick, during my tenure, they had two town administrators. The first one took a leave of absence and then eventually left the town. So I served as the acting town administrator during that tenure. And the second tenure was a similar situation where they were in the process of hiring a new town administrator, and I served as acting town administrator in that role. It's kind of unique. I've had a lot of actual assignments in my career where I've served in a particular role, but I've also held several acting roles during my career. In addition to acting town administrator, I've also held acting treasurer collector, acting facilities director, and a couple of other smaller ones. So it's pretty unique to have someone like myself who's had the strong role on both the operational side with the DPW and some of the things with facilities director that I did there, and the finance side. You typically will get one or the other, and not have that person who has done all of that. So.
All right. Could I just make a little follow-up?
Sure.
Yeah, so they hired another town administrator. Did you, is that where you considered looking for a town administrator position yourself and moved to Pembroke? Or maybe I shouldn't ask you that, because who knows what the circumstance was.
That's a fair question.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a completely fair question. No, I mean, I think I had a career trajectory of being a town administrator all along. I had applied for town administrator jobs as the deputy town administrator in Natick. So I had looked at other jobs that were out there. Indeed, I was a finalist with the town of Norfolk, and with the town of Westboro. So I was looking to have that career trajectory and have a town administrator / town manager job even before they chose to go that other direction. And I stayed with Natick a significant amount of time and even worked with the new town administrator to make sure she had a decent transition and help that transition along. It wasn't a situation where there was any hard feelings or anything. I am quite happy and quite proud of my experience with the town of Natick. And I think well, I know you checked at least one reference with the town of Natick because I gave you one. And so actually I gave you a couple with town of Natick. So I'm very proud of that. And I'm actually very proud that I was able to, move on to the town of Pembroke and been very successful. Completely redid the Pembroke's budgetary process, made it very transparent, and changed how they do and what the look is there.
So can I just quickly follow up on that? You can, shut me off whenever you feel my time is up.
No, you're good.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, well, so my follow-up in Pembroke is you've only been there for 2 years max, maybe. It's kind of a short time, and I understand you may have gone and made some important changes, but it seems very early to leave a position for which you were working toward for a long time. Maybe you can tell us what that was about.
So I'm not necessarily in a bad position in Pembroke if I don't get this job. The board just offered me a new contract, a new 3-year contract there. Things are going very well there. We're lined up and doing some super things. I just see Sherborn as an ideal job. Sherborn is close to home. One of the things we had planned to do was actually move to Pembroke. COVID kind of shot that in the foot. Haven't been able to do that and likely won't be able to in the near future. So when I saw the Sherborn position come up, I did a little research. You guys are a great community. You're stable, you have stable leadership. You look at things, you have a master plan in place. Well, it's 2 or 3 years old now, but it's in place. Master plans are long-term. Your open space and recreation are there. You did the town governance twice. So, you're a proactive community. You look at your government, you look at your management, you're a AAA bond community. Those things are all important. You just did $5 million worth of debt. If you were a AA, it's likely that $5 million worth of debt would have cost you an extra $50,000. So Sherborn just seems like a dream job for me.
Thank you. We're flat.
George, would you like to ask a question now?
Yeah, he sort of just answered my one question. I was about to ask him what attracted him to Sherborn, which he answered before I could even ask. But I guess to kind of go with that theme, what do you see as a vision of what you can do as the Sherborn Town Administrator? What's your short-term and long-term goals for our community?
So short term, I've done a ton of research. Short term would be just to do what I call my look, listen, and learn tour. To talk to boards, committees, staff, spend a lot of time with select board members, both in a group meeting like this and one-on-one, and understand what everyone sees, what the board that is the chief executive board of the town sees as, what are the immediate response things to do. And then after I've had a couple of months or 2 or 3 months to look, listen, and learn what's going on there, then make some recommendations to the board where I think you can make some changes. One of the things that you've done is, the town governance committee, you've taken some action steps there, follow through with those. Those are solid decisions. And I'm really happy to see that you went that way. Some of the things that all of the agencies out there, whether it be UMass, like the study that they did for you, or the DOR or Suffolk University, there's a number of different universities that come and study governance. Those are some of the things they'll tell you to do. You've already taken the steps and done it. I know that they may have told you to do it in the first place, but you've actually moved that, and you're not afraid to, if you do something and you see that it's not correct, to move away from that. So those are key. I think I need a little bit of time to absorb everything there is to absorb there and communicate with some of the stakeholders.
Thank you. let me, I've got a few things here, sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
I have more questions when you're done.
Go ahead, Marion, if you want to go ahead with the next one. Let me just look at my notes here.
Okay, if you want me to jump in, I can.
Yes,
ahead.
please.
have a question
ahead.
In the interim. Bill, I'm interested in your thoughts. You know quite a bit about Sherborn now, having, interviewed and talked about the town, asked a lot of questions already, I'm sure. You know that we're struggling with state mandated standards for adding housing in our situation that has no town water or infrastructure. So you know that that's very difficult. And we're struggling to comply with the 40B law. We probably will be struggling. We may be struggling to comply with the new Mbta Communities Act. I'm sure you know those very well. What do you think, knowing what you know about Sherborn now, what advice would you give Sherborn as we try to comply with these new state mandates? Do you have any?
So, I mean, you've done some work with affordable housing. And obviously the 10% number is, hard to reach for many communities. We're struggling with that in Pembroke, and we have the same situation as you do, although we definitely have town water, as you've seen this week on the news. So we don't have sewer anywhere in Pembroke, similar to Sherborn in that sense. And I think you just have to persevere, continue your planning process, continue to try to work with developers. I know that Sherborn had several plans in place that where you struggled with water and sewer with Natick and Framingham along those lines. And, maybe just continue to do it and nibble at it, which is what a lot of the smaller communities are doing. It is a definite struggle to get there, and you have to potentially look to your neighbors and don't give up on that. I know the legislature is aggressively going at some grant funding and some funding to improve water and sewer resources. They've put some of that in the budget this year, and I know that they've already started looking to that as they move forward. Continue to, not continue, because I don't know if you have, but talk to your legislative, the senator and state rep, and work through that with them. Make sure that they understand what your needs are. So when those bills come to the floor, or if they're lucky enough to be on those committees, they can advocate for you. And then go after those grants. And when you go after those grants, talk to your state rep and your state senator and make sure that they make the call to support those programs so that you end up getting those monies. We've been very successful in Pembroke. I have participated myself with Senator Moran, who is the senator for Barnstable County and most of Plymouth County. And she has spearheaded a lot of those programs and has actually put in as earmarks water and sewer programs for communities such as Sherborn and Pembroke who need that to support affordable housing. Affordable housing is critical to Massachusetts, and something that the legislature and the Housing Appeals Committee is going to look very aggressive at if someone comes with a 40B. Everybody struggles with 40Bs. There are communities that are over 10%, such as Natick, that still struggles with 40Bs. I know that Weston, definitely that they're struggling, although their residents aren't necessarily supporting the 40B plan that's there.
So could I follow up with a specific question? Would you support then grant funding that would, or would you support the idea of Sherborn going for grant funding to install water and sewer throughout town in order to solve that problem for us?
So I think it really depends. It's really going to be almost cost prohibitive when you say throughout town. I think in the core of the community and those areas where you have potential for 40B development and other development, I think absolutely I would support that. I think I would need to look at some of the more rural regions of the community, because sewer and water are super resources to have, but they can also, if you overextend them, make it cost prohibitive for the community.
Thank you. I've got another question if I can jump in, Jeff.
Yeah, sure.
Just to switch gears a little bit, as town administrator, you're really, as I consider the chief operating or executive officer in town on the day-to-day basis. And that involves a lot of conflict management. How do you handle, can you tell me some experience you've had with that and how you've handled conflicts maybe between department heads or other things of that nature?
Yeah, that's certainly, conflicts, you have to gather all the information. Someone may come to you on a given day and say, I just can't deal with her or him, and we're having a huge conflict, and here are the details. Take a breath, don't make a decision up front. Gather all the information, talk to all of the people involved, sit down with both people. I'm dealing with a major conflict right now. They're not staff members, but they're committee members in the town of Pembroke, where two committees overlap with certain responsibilities. And unfortunately, both of those members are correct in their assertions, but they just have different philosophies on how to get the job done. So we're working together. We're having frequent meetings. I meet with them one-on-one, and then I meet with them as a group. We're setting some goals. It's kind of a different philosophy there because they're committee members. One is appointed, one is elected. And so I don't really, as the town manager, have authority over them, but the board has tasked me with, trying to work that out a little bit. A couple other times in my career, I've had conflicts between managers where I think communication is the key. Sometimes some people are never going to agree, but you set goals for them, you set expectations for them, and hold their feet to the fire, and make sure that those goals and expectations are met. And hopefully they step up to the plate. Nobody wants to fail. So if you set expectations and goals, people typically will step up to the plate. And if they don't, you've at least set the expectations and the goals that they're not meeting, and then you can, take other action and move on if you have to. Fortunately, in my career, when it comes to conflict resolution, never had to move on from an employee as a result of that. I've terminated employees for other reasons, but not because they're having a conflict with someone else. We've always been able to work it out.
Great, thank you. Just on another note, when it comes to like the day-to-day operations as a town administrator, I guess similar to the conflict management, when you have hard decisions to make, how do you go about doing that? I mean, the worst thing obviously is to just put it on the back burner and hope it goes away. I guess how do you handle hard decisions?
So putting on the back burner may be a solution. It's not one that I typically will choose. If things are stressful at that time and I can't focus on it aggressively, I may, if time will allow, I may take and set it aside for a very short period of time. Typically what I like to do is gather all of the information surrounding that. I'm a huge person of just bullet points on a piece of paper, and then take those bullet points and I stick an arrow pro con, and come down, and always think about what's in the best interest of the community. I mean, people laughed at me one time when I actually, when I was with the town of Natick, when I was promoted to DPW director, I actually eliminated my previous position. I was promoted in a temporary job, but it was in the best interest of the community. And I did the back and forth with the pros and cons and the arrows right or left. And I said, you know what? Right now the town's struggling financially. We can do without this position. And I eliminated that position. People thought I was crazy because I wasn't guaranteed of getting the position permanently. Fortunately, I did. Do a pro con list, discuss it with all of the stakeholders so that you understand what and get input from everybody who has a concern regarding whatever you're talking about, and then make the decision, but be transparent about the decision. Not everybody will agree with your decision. It's rare that everybody does, but at least when you do the pro con list, you can articulate exactly why you made the decision. I don't expect everybody to agree with me, but I at least expect them to understand because I want to be transparent about it.
Thank you.
I'll stick a question in
Go
here.
ahead, Jeff.
Is that all right, George? Just
Yeah,
one?
I'm good for now.
It's kind of related though, I think. So my question is, what are the three most important qualities you look for when hiring a town employee, and how do you ensure the applicant has them?
So I would say the three most important qualities Obviously, first two are pretty simple: experience and education. I mean, do they have the experience necessary to perform the job? Do they have the educational background to fall upon in the performance of that job? And then the third thing I always look for is integrity. You know, is the person gonna be a team player, come to the table, you know, and work with us? And there's two things. I mean, when I'm hiring a department head, I'm always looking at that person who's not going to come to the table and always tell me yes. I don't want to hear yes all the time. I want someone who's going to come to the table and say, "Whoa, Bill, no, that's a bad idea," and be able to articulate why it's a bad idea. Because I may not have the right idea, and that person may have more experience in that particular area, and we need to rely on that. So build that, you know, have them come and be a member of the team. So just to sum it up: experience, education, and integrity.
But how do you sort of gauge that? What do you look for, or what kind of data points? Where do you gather data to gauge that?
So, you know, make sure you have a solid job description for any position that you're hiring. That will outline what experience you need. Then go through their resume, ask the questions in an interview, you know, flush that out, make sure that that experience is there. It'll also outline what the education is that they need. Flush that out, call the references, call and check on education, make sure that they indeed do have it. Ask questions in the interview or outside of the interview. I like to, if I'm hiring a high level employee, do formal interviews, but before I hire them, go to lunch and just have an informal conversation. And you can ask questions over lunch that you really can't ask as an interview when you're ready to make that final decision. And then references are key. You absolutely have to check references and talk to people and have specific questions surrounding that, because that will tell you whether the employee, that gives you the integrity piece. There's no way to judge integrity from a piece of paper. You can't do that. You know, you can't judge whether the person's a true team player. You have to ask people about them. And, you know, not just check the references they gave you, but sometimes you make that extra call. You may know somebody that they've worked with, or you know, you may have a colleague that knows them. Just check and see, you know, what's the person like.
Okay, Paul has a question, I think.
Yeah, I thought I would stimulate some discussion of a few things. One, in terms of your background, you are a veteran, isn't that correct?
I am.
And can you describe that? Some of us like veterans.
Okay. Well, I joined the Air Force right out of college. You know, was a commissioned officer, went to flight school, went through that process, became a navigator in KC-135, which is an air refueler, if you are familiar with that. And then, you know, progressed through that. I took every opportunity I could for education, became a flight instructor, and eventually a flight evaluator, giving check rides to folks. Being a veteran gives you a unique experience. One thing I learned from the Air Force was that you may be able to be successful as an individual, but if you can build a team and work as a team, you will be successful. You know, you got a multi-million-dollar airplane, but there's a number of people that go into making that a successful mission day in and day out. And if you know, you don't have that team concept and have someone's back, I mean, everybody's going to have a bad day now and then. Even town administrators have bad days now and then, but you want to build that team and that support structure around you, where if you have a bad day, someone can support you. And that's one thing I learned in the Air Force, that as a team, you can pretty much guarantee success if you build the right teams. And you want to make sure that you not only that they have your back, but you have their back too. And that's up and down. You know, there are going to be times where a town administrator knows that there's something going on, but needs to step up and support the select board. You know, town administrators will on occasion and have to step up and make sure that you have the board's back. Same thing with subordinates, you know, the treasurer, collector, or assessor, or anyone, DPW director, police, fire. You want to make sure that you have their back and that you give them the tools to be successful.
So another question would be about your management style. how would you manage the town? What would be your management approach?
I think it depends on the situation. And I'll give you two very, very key examples to that. My management style is I typically look to, as I said, build teams up and down, try to build a consensus, cooperation, compromise, all my C's that I throw out there on a typical basis. But that's the day-to-day stuff. There may be critical situations that come up where you need to step up. And I'll give you a perfect example of what's happened to me in the last week in the town of Pembroke. Some of you may have seen all the news stories about our water situation there. My water superintendent was very ill and was out. The water treatment person was on vacation out of the country. So I was dealing with lower level water staff. We had a situation where we could not keep up with the demand and had to implement a very serious water ban. In that situation, although you want to do that as a team, and typically you try to, you have to be a little more directive, and because you're dealing with Mass DEP, you're dealing with emergency situation, making sure that fire has enough water. Sometimes as a manager, you have to just step up and make those decisions. Keep the board informed, especially on a critical situation like that. You do not want the board hearing about a situation from a news article. So get the information yourself, make the right decisions to make sure that happens. Get the consultants in this week, get your consultants to make sure that you're doing everything possible. Myself and the assistant town manager got the consultants on the phone, said, here's what we're doing. Tell us what we're doing wrong. Make sure we're doing it right. And he said, Bill, you're doing everything great. Call DEP, make sure that they understood what was going on. And they said, we recommend you do this and this. So we took those steps. So it really is situational, day to day, obviously as a team, keep people informed, work through the pros and cons, as I talked about before, if you have a big decision going on. If you have an emergency situation, stay calm, take a breath, get all the information. Most cities and towns have checklists or emergency response plans. If you don't, we'll build one. Pull that emergency response plan and just go through it and make things happen in that situation.
Can I ask one more, Jeff?
Sure, go ahead, Paul, go ahead.
So what would you do to promote better communication and teamwork amongst department heads and volunteer boards and employees and so on?
Yeah, so I think a presence is important. It's one thing is good morale builds good teamwork. You want to show up. I try very, very hard to be the first one in the office and the last one to leave. I'll be honest, I'm not always successful being the first one in the office, especially on the drive to Pembroke with the traffic, but I'm still there early. I am 95% of the time the last person to leave town hall every day. I think that's important. Little things. When you walk in, say hello to people, talk to people, communicate. Those are what I call the informal things. I have something that I try to do, I'm terrible with names, so I keep a book with everybody's names in it and their birthdays and spouses and things, so that I can say, and if you find out that someone's struggling, or the spouse is having a tough time, you go and you say, hey, how's she doing, or how's he doing? A quick happy birthday. Those things are important. On a formal basis, I like to have a department head meeting every other week, every 2 weeks, and keep them short. Department heads don't want to, they have work to do, and the town administrator has work to do. Keep those meetings relatively short, move through those quickly, pass on information that they need, budget information, capital information, planning information. There may be something from the Department of Revenue or something from the Commonwealth that needs to get passed on to staff. And then let each department head give you an update of what's going on. And that is a quick general update about what's going on in their department. On the off week that I don't have the formal department head where all the department heads are together, I think it's important to get together because not everybody always knows what's going on in the other departments. And there may be something that, where people can get together and help. But then in the off week, I like to meet with each department head, again, in a short meeting, could be 20 minutes, a half an hour, to talk about the things that not everybody needs to know at a formal department head. You know, they may be having a human resources problem, or they may be having a budget problem that we need to resolve and talk through. So I like to do that. I also like to do, during that time frame, try to schedule them on the same day and do crossover meetings. So let me give you an example. Police and fire have a lot of interaction. So meet with your fire chief, you know, at 8 o'clock, and then at 8:30 have the police chief come in and do a quick crossover, anything that's happening between the two departments that needs to be discussed, then go on to the police chief after that. You know, you don't really have a facilities director, but certainly treasurer, collector, and assessor, assistant assessor that's working your office space could do the same thing. You know, it's important that the town administrator understand what's going on in the departments. It's also important to build those relationships and build that trust, so that when something does go wrong, they're going to come to you and, you know, trust you enough to give you that information and work together to solve any issues that are up.
Thank you, Jeff, for indulging me.
You bet. George, you want to?
Yeah, it was on that note. It was, shoot, I'm sorry. I had a question. I'm like, man, why don't you go jump
How
to
about go to
Marion?
Marion and come
Yeah,
back
I'm
to you?
sorry. I totally blanked.
No worries.
Several. Right. You know, town administrator is a position that doesn't get elected every 3 years like the rest of us, or it doesn't turn over like our volunteer committees. Sherborn runs very heavily on volunteer committees, but the town administrator is sort of, or should be, I should say, a sort of stable, you know, long-term presence in the town. And it's a more stable, long-term face that we present to our neighboring towns and to the state and to the region. So I wanted to ask you, in your job in Pembroke, or you can answer for Natick if you haven't been in Pembroke long enough to have good examples. What have you done with neighboring towns and at the state level to improve the situation in your town? First try to answer that for Pembroke. What's
Sure.
your relationship with
I
neighboring
have,
towns and how that?
yeah, so I have several examples with Pembroke. I mean, one of the first things I did when I got to Pembroke after I was there for a month or two was to make sure I stepped out and met every bordering communities, either town manager or town administrator, so that we could collaborate on some things. You know, some of the things we've done, one of the biggest things we've done is our animal control agent. We struggled. We had a full-time animal control agent that left right before I got there. We worked with the town of Hanover, and we're currently working with another town to make it a 3-town operation to jointly hire an animal control officer. She is terrific. She is awesome. Both towns like it. We did an intermunicipal agreement where she is an employee of the town of Pembroke, but the town of Hanover pays half of those costs. And that program has worked out immensely. One of the things that we try to do in the town of Pembroke is look at and do cost benefit analyses. And we did that in Natick also, although Natick is somewhat bigger. I'll give you an example where we tried to do something that just didn't work out for us because of the structure in Pembroke, and that was regional dispatch. We have 2 regional dispatch agencies that are on the South Shore. And we looked at this huge state grants for regional dispatch, but they dry up in 3 years. We don't have civilian dispatchers in the town of Pembroke. So the cost benefit analysis showed that yes, during the first 3 years, it would be a great thing for the town of Pembroke, but in year 3, it would increase our cost by $500,000 because we would then have to pay into the regional dispatch to have that. And the town determined that that wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to work for us because of the cost. And the reason I show you that or talk about that is because you want to be open-minded enough to look at everything, but do the cost benefit analysis, understand what the long-term implications are. You know, there's a lot of grants out there for different pieces of equipment or something like that, or adding employees that are short-term grants that will end up costing the town a lot of money. Now, if you're looking to add those employees and you're planning to add those employees anyway, go ahead, you take the grant money because you're going to spend those monies anyway. But work with, Sherborn is small enough so you can work with the surrounding communities, even the bigger communities, on some of that stuff. And we should be looking at everything we possibly can, from, trash, the water pieces. I know you've tried there and it hasn't always worked out. The sewer pieces, certainly, tree warden, animal control, a lot of areas that you can share those with potentially other communities.
So can you talk a little bit about what you've done in Pembroke to increase communication with the state grant agencies,
Sure.
state
So-
representatives and.
Yeah, so one of the things I did initially was, get to know or understand who your state reps are. Sometimes you just don't hit it off with the state rep, and don't let that deter you. In Natick, I had great relationships with our state reps. In Pembroke, I have great relationship with the senator and one of our representatives. But the other representative, I am trying to build that relationship, but use their staff. If they're not always available to you, or they're just super busy. I mean, one of our people is just super busy at the state house level. But I've built a strong relationship with their staff, and that's a key, because the staff, their chief of staff is going to have their ear. And I did that also in Natick, and understand, get their cell phone numbers, get their numbers. And as far as grants are concerned, they have their finger on the pulse. There's grants that come through the, Commonwealth Connect, which are out there and you can find, but there are also some grants behind the scenes that you don't always know about. Ask your state rep to get you a list of those. The state rep who I don't see all the time, it's been great through his staff, in giving us a list of all the grants that are available. Go through them, see if they're going to meet your needs or not. The other thing is work on earmarks. Every legislator in the Commonwealth has certain earmarks that are available to them. Define what you need. They usually will ask you, what do you want for earmarks? I know that once you build those relationships, they will certainly ask. Go after the earmarks. The earmarks are direct to your community. You don't have to do a grant application. Just have to convince your state rep and then work with them to make sure the legislature enacts those earmarks. We've been very successful in Pembroke for earmarks. In my tenure alone, we're over $2 million in earmarks in what is a relatively small town. So we've been successful there. We've also been successful at grants. We're $500,000 plus into grants just in the short time that I've been there. But you have to work with your state reps. The other piece of that is after you apply for the grant, talk to the state rep and get them to support it. Sometimes a call from a state representative or a state senator to the grant awarding agency will go a long way.
Have you written grants yourself for Pembroke?
Yes, I don't have a grant writer in the town of Pembroke. Natick was very fortunate to have staff that did a lot of grant writing. So in Pembroke, I've done my own grant writing and my own grant applications through the Commonwealth and the feds. I mean, we're working with the federal government on a very large grant right now to build a community center, which the town has already approved.
Okay.
All right, George, did you come back?
Yeah, I
to your
remembered
question?
what I was gonna say, and it was related to Paul's last question. It was, I wanted to know, like, when you're in town hall on a day-to-day basis, is your door more often open or closed?
So I think it's probably 70% open. That can be challenging at times. I think an open door policy is very, very important. I encourage my staff to walk in, especially if there's an issue going on, come let me know about it. Let's find a solution to it. Don't let it fester and blow up. There are times where I do close the door. If I'm doing a performance evaluation on an employee, I will have the door closed. If a citizen comes in and wants privacy, we will close the door, and make sure that privacy is granted. They may not want everybody in town hall hearing what's going on, or even everyone in the town manager's office in the case of Pembroke. Hearing what's going on. So under those circumstances, I will close the door. I think that's important to the taxpayer and or the employee. because you're talking specifically about them. But generally speaking, I believe in having the door open.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll recognize myself to shift gears a little bit, Bill. A survey was recently done of all the Sherborn residents over the age of 60, and the recommendations are being developed this fall. Can you talk about your experience with councils on aging and short-term and long-term goals for dealing with that important issue in the community? Just for reference, I think Sherborn is around 25% of the population over 65 or over.
Yeah, so that's actually pretty similar to Pembroke. That was one of the unique things when I looked at this. There were a ton of similarities between Pembroke and Sherborn. Just as a quick side note, from the farming piece to the rural, connection and wanting to keep that. But to answer your question, I have worked on with councils on aging before a great deal, especially in long-term and short-term planning. The short-term planning pieces are generally, what are they looking for? What can the town provide them? Mostly related to budget changes. The long-term planning is take that questionnaire, develop what's in that questionnaire, and make sure that you address it. I mean, I obviously haven't seen the questionnaire, but I've seen a ton of questionnaires before. And when we were looking at the community center in Pembroke, we also did a similar questionnaire because the community center is going to be our council on aging and our recreation departments primarily in that building. And a similar questionnaire went out, and of the top 10 items, the only item that we're not addressing in the new center was a community swimming pool, and that's simply a cost factor. We couldn't afford it. And we're fortunate enough, at least in the summer months, where we have 4 town beaches in Pembroke and lots of lakes and ponds. And we have a Y and a couple of other private entities that do have pools. So follow through on that list, prioritize that list, work with the stakeholders, do the requirements that they're looking for, or the list of items that they're looking for on those questionnaires, fit into the master plan. And see what we can accomplish, try to do it a twofold. You have a pretty good master plan. Take a look at that, look at your long-term budgeting, plan out a 5-year strategy. Can you afford it? Does it require debt? And then have all that pros and cons about what they want to do. It's a new facility. Obviously, that's pretty easy. I've been there a few hundred times. I do have significant experience in Chapter 149, which is the contracting statute for procurement. I also have significant experience in managing projects, being a project manager for the community on the project. In Natick, the West Natick Fire Station, I was on the building committee for the new Kennedy Middle School, and prior to that, several of the other projects during my two stops in Natick, with obviously the city of Newton in between. In Newton, I didn't really have anything to do with building. There were such a large city that you're kind of pigeonholed in your role. You don't play many roles in those positions. So,
well, let's step back though for a minute here in terms of beyond facilities. I'm talking about not just facilities, but what kinds of programs and engagement mechanisms do you envision for seniors? Yeah,
so obviously it's a challenge because I don't know what the questionnaire was, but programming is critical for any council on aging. A lot of those programs you can do in-house at very low cost. You can do the dance programs, the exercise programs, the meals programs, and those are very low cost. Some of that stuff you want to bring in somebody to head up. An example that I've done in the past is, financial management and asking those types of questions. Or I've even spent some time myself at the community, with the community and the council on aging folks, where they can just ask, go there as a town manager, and let them ask you and give them an answer of how you're going to plan around that. If you're looking at programming, there's a lot of stuff you can do. One of the things we're doing in Pembroke is the pickleball program. Very, very popular from the 6-year-olds through the 80-year-olds. As an example, you can do cards programs. Just have open cards. It just takes a table and some players and a deck of cards. And then one of the things that's unique about that is every quarter have a cards tournament, have a pickleball tournament. You know, there's a lot of things. There's not a lot of space requirements for that stuff, and so the programming piece. But if they're looking for something and they have a need, as I said before, absolutely try to address it.
Okay. I'll ask one more here. Carol D'Souza can hopefully deem me a representative, but the town administrator is the ADA compliance officer in town. So can you describe an incident where you're directly involved in an ADA issue requiring accommodations, and how did you handle it?
So when I'll give you a recent one. When I went to Pembroke, we had just completed a complete upgrade of our Herring Run Park. And it includes walkways across some of the stream space and a parking lot and access. And we actually did some of that work with a state grant. I said, guys, you know, you've got a 6-inch step up to those walkways across the streams. Your handicap parking space exits onto grass. We weren't ADA compliant. So I worked with the ADA. I am currently, I wasn't when I went there, but the person resigned. I am currently in Pembroke, the ADA coordinator. But I work with my council on aging director. I work with the recreation folks, not recreation, sorry, herring fisheries, different department. Worked with the Community Preservation Act folks to get funding, took it to town meeting and funded installing ADA compliant bridges, handicap parking that will allow wheelchair access to the park. We're currently going through the engineering and hope to be dropping a contract on that by the end of the year. So that's one example. There are other examples that are a little more simple, you know, simple access things where someone will come to you and say, hey, the door control is not working. And, you know, you just get on that one quick, because obviously if the door control is not working, they can't open the doors and it requires someone to do that. So, and if you have a door control that's not working or an elevator that's not working, don't have any public meetings in that space. Make sure your public meetings are held in a location where people have access to that space until you correct that.
I have two more things, but I thought I'd see, Marianne, do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
Yeah, I could ask another question if there's time.
There is.
So what if you're in the difficult situation in which the select board, not this select board perhaps, but some other select board, makes a decision that you think is just a really bad idea? We're sticking to our guns though.
Yeah, well, so as a town administrator, you have to, you really, you know, I think you can talk to the board privately and say, hey, I think it's a bad idea because, but if the board makes that decision, you really have to stick to that. You know, and I learned a lesson a long time ago that you may disagree with that decision, and you can even maybe prove that decision is bad, but the elected board, the elected select board is the chief executive officer for the town, and it's the town administrator's responsibility to follow through and administrate the policies and decisions of that board. So it makes, when the board makes a decision and it's a vote of the board, it's an easy decision for the town administrator because you know what to do. It's when the board doesn't make a decision where I struggle sometimes in that, you know, which direction is best. And I always do my pro con list, and the one thing that I always ask is what is in the best interest of the community.
George, do you have anything else you'd like to ask?
I'm set.
Paul, how about you?
I'm set.
He's set too. All right, so I have two more items. One is, what's the one question that you really hope we'd ask you? And if you're willing, would you like to answer it?
Sure. I mean, the one thing that I always ask, it's funny that you ask that question because it's a question that I ask applicants at every single interview. What is it, something that you think that you should know about me? One thing that you should know about me is I'm incredibly driven to be successful. my staff sometimes will get incredibly frustrated with me because I probably overstudy things. I'm an avid reader and I will read everything about a topic and do all the pros and cons. And my colleagues tell me, Bill, why are you always that transparent? And I think I alluded to this earlier, because if I'm transparent and I tell you the pros and cons and I tell you why I'm making a decision, you will always know why I made that decision. And as I said before, not everybody will always agree with that decision, but people will at least understand why you made it. So, and it is critical, as I said before, building those teams. Talking to people, communicate, set an example. As I said, be the first person in, the last person out. There are times you can't do that. Sometimes I have a board member now who says, Bill, sometimes life's just going to get in the way. And sometimes life will get in the way. But if your overarching principle is to always do what's right, always do what's in the best interest of the community, and set that example and mentor folks, not only will you be successful, but the people that come after you will be successful.
Great. Well, the last thing I was going to say, and that may constitute it, but if you have any other closing statement you'd like to make, feel free to do so.
Well, that's probably a good closing. That's kind of where I was going to go. One thing I would like to say is if you do choose me, and I will be honest, I know the other applicant very well, worked with him in Natick, and it's super smart guy. I think I'm probably a slightly better fit, but he's going to tell you the same thing, I'm sure, and I would be disappointed if he didn't. So you are absolutely on a good track here, and even if you don't, I hope you choose me, but even if you don't choose me, I'm a neighbor. I live, within a stone's throw of the town of Sherborn, and I wish you all the success. This is a tough process for both candidates and boards, and you're trying to get there and hire the right person and find the right fit. So good luck with your search. I hope it's me, but if it isn't, I'm sure you'll be successful.
Great. Thank you very much. Does anyone else on the select board have a closing point?
Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much for your time tonight, Bill. We really appreciate it. You're going to go take
Okay.
the tie and suit off and relax now.
Yeah, it's a warm night.
I know.
Thank you, everyone. Good
Thanks,
luck.
Bill.
Hi, Bill.
So we have the other candidates starting in about 15 minutes, so I don't see them yet, though. Do you see them, Diane? Next candidate
No, I
is
don't know. I've been looking for them.
Jeremy Marcet is the next candidate, but it's a little earlier than we said, 7:45. So
Budgeted a lot of time for each.
I know we didn't know for sure. So why don't we just take a 5-minute restroom break or whatever you want to do and try to be back at 7:40. Is that all right with everyone?
Sounds good to me.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm going to let him in and I'm just going to explain to him kind of the process and then we'll go from there, okay?
Sounds good.
Can you hear us, Jeremy? There you are. I think you're muted, Jeremy.
There we go. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you all?
Good, good. We're good. And I think I'm the chair of the select board because we've met on the previous search committee. And we have 3 other select board members here, Marion Neutra, George Morrow, and you also met Paul Lorensis before.
Great.
So this is our dynamic search committee tonight. What we're doing, you just joined, which was good because we just finished with one candidate. And once we get finished, we'll put you in the waiting room too after you're finished with your interview process. So what we'll do is we'll go through and kind of go through as we did with the search committee, ask you a series of questions. But before we do, I wondered if you'd like to make a bit of an opening statement or an intro kind of statement about your candidacy.
Sure, I would. Well, thank you for having me tonight. It's wonderful to be here with you all virtually. I'm very humbled to be among one of your finalists for the town administrator position in your great community. I've lived in Medfield, your neighbor, for over 18 years with my wife, son, and daughter, a cat, a dog, and 2 turtles. My wife actually grew up in Dover, one of your other neighbors, and sort of a peer in your school system. We actually recently moved her parents from Dover to Medfield. So her parents have been in Dover for many years. My wife was an elementary school teacher in Medfield. She's currently now a part-time teacher, literacy specialist in Wellesley, spending some more time at home with our kids. I go through Sherborn almost daily. Sorry, I'm one of those many commuters that go through your community. I would prefer not to drive through your community. I would like to stop in your community and be your town administrator. Actually on my many travels through Sherborn, definitely kudos to the projects you're doing for pedestrian safety and traffic calming, because I know it's a challenge. Actually today I saw this poor biker hit this manhole, and he hit the pavement so hard his helmet came off, and a couple of us stopped and helped him get up, but his bike, he was right in the middle of right in front of Douse Orchards, quite shaken up. And then not more than a mile later at the 27-16 split, there was an accident your police officers were dealing with. So I know that's certainly a challenge for you folks. And I know some of my experience and skill sets would help, but kudos to all that you're doing now. I grew up in New Hampshire. I have a bachelor's of science in civil engineering. I have a master's of business administration. I have a graduate certificate in local government and leadership and management. I have a certificate in municipal finance from the University of Chicago Harris School of Public Policy. I consider myself a lifelong learner, so I'm actually taking courses to get an executive certificate in public leadership at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. I'm a registered professional engineer in the Commonwealth, also a certified or a Massachusetts certified public procurement officer. I've worked in 3 different communities. I've worked with the city of Concord, New Hampshire. I was in their community development department as a project manager, helping with development projects and master planning and infrastructure planning and construction of their projects. I've worked for the town of Framingham. Now they're a city. As my employment with the town of Framingham, I was the town engineer for some time, and then was promoted to become the assistant director of public works. In the capacity of the assistant director of public works, I oversaw their human resource functions in the department, their finance, their budget, all their procurement. Actually had the Conservation Commission was part of my purview, and I oversaw all of the fleet maintenance and facilities maintenance for the department's many facilities. And in my past professional experience, I've served as a professional consultant, engineering consultant, doing environmental, transportation, civil engineering. Actually, I recall, geez, it must be almost 18 years ago when we moved to Medfield. One of my first, I remember as a consultant putting in a proposal for the feasibility design of the Pine Hill Access Road that you folks have just recently constructed. So it's great to see that that project get completed. So I know you've spent some time on that. In those 18 years I've spent in Medfield, I've been a very active volunteer. The first year we moved to Medfield, my wife and I went to our first town meeting, kind of new to us, open town meeting. This is interesting. What do we do? Our neighbors got us to go, there's budgets. You got to go and talk about the school budget and, help, advocate for needs. So I remember going to that first town meeting, and on the back of the flyer that was handed out was a volunteer form. So, okay, yeah, I've got some, they need skills. So I wrote down some skills. I'm an engineer, just, moved to the community, and dropped it in the box on the way out of town meeting. And then Not more than a week later, Mike Sullivan, who was their town administrator in Medfield for 40+ years, not more than a week later, he called my home. Hey, is Jeremy? What do you, we got some volunteer things for you. You know, how about, you want to come in and meet with the water and sewer board? Sure, great. So ended up serving on the water and sewer board in Medfield for 13 years, was the chair for a certain amount of time for about the last 5 years or so. I'm currently serving on the town's warrant committee. It's their version of your advisory committee. Currently their chair. I've been on that committee about 4 years, but currently the chair. And as you can see, my wife calls me a municipal geek, and the town administrator in Medfield, we joke together that we're municipal geeks. We love local government, can't get enough, and just can't say no to volunteering and offering help and assistance to the communities that we work and live in. And for instance, I got a call and seeing that I'm on the warrant committee or finance committee, advisory committee, they're all kind of the same thing in communities, to see if I'd like to serve on the board of directors for the Massachusetts Association of Town Finance Committees. I said, sure, why not? So I've been serving on that board for about a year now and helped them plan some of their events. Spoke at their last spring annual meeting, helping to organize some events for their fall their fall annual meeting. In Medfield, I've served on their capital budget committee, the master plan steering committee, on the rail trail advisory committee, the Bay Colony Rail Trail Board of Directors. We've just recently finished a great walking path. Invite you all to come in Medfield on the section of the Bay Colony Rail Trail. Sort of starts near the Kingsbury Club, travels through. It's beautiful, but that's been fully funded with private donations and grants, and very little at town monies, which has been great. Having an opening, a grand opening in the coming weeks. I've been on the sustainability committee and helped with the energy committee in Medfield, and I think all of those volunteer activities give me a unique perspective. I've got the perspective of actually working as a town employee or a city employee, but it's different when you're volunteering. There's different needs, there's different information that you might require to help make the town function. And as we all know, in small communities such as Sherborn, volunteers, active volunteers, informed volunteers are necessary for your functioning of your government and in developing the vision and master plan and the vision and values that you all cherish in Sherborn. I'm very active professionally. I'm on the Massachusetts Water Resource Association Authority Advisory Board, their executive committee. Been involved with, and of interest to Sherborn is there's a lot of quote regionalization efforts afoot to extend water supply from the MWRA, coming in close proximity to Sherborn. And I'd love to chat in detail about that with you and what opportunities that may help unlock for you as you're trying to solve your 40B, coming and make sure that you're in consistent safe harbor with that. And as you're looking to sort of incrementally balance a little development and diversification of your tax base, but keeping the small town character of your community. Serve on several Massachusetts Municipal Association committees. And for the last 8 years, I've been the Director of Public Works for the town of Natick. In that capacity, I have a staff of 85, an annual operating budget of 19 million, a capital budget of 12 million, of which, I'm doing the planning and development of that budget. I oversee the budget. We put together many asset management plans, looking at, 5 years out, what the infrastructure needs may be, or maintenance needs may be. We've done a lot of benchmarking with other communities to compare and contrast how we go about things. I have the divisions under Public Works are the Municipal Energy Division. So I oversee all of the town's municipal energy, the electricity, the natural gas, the fuel, help enter into longer term contracts to help mitigate costs and to provide a more sustainable source of energy. you know, at a sustainable price. It's been a challenge lately. You know, fortunately, we have some longer term contracts underway here in Natick where we've hopefully can ride out some of this uncertainty and you know, take the benefit of those contracts. Oversee the municipal fleet, including fire vehicles, police vehicles, all the public works vehicles, highway, sanitation, water. We have a local water supply here in Natick, sewer, sanitary sewer, land facilities maintenance, and engineering staff. So it's pretty diverse set of responsibilities that I have. You know, very active coordinating with all of my fellow peers here in Natick and the professional community at large. So thank you for including me in your final group of candidates. I'm very excited about this position. And I think all of that background and knowledge and skill that I've developed over the years, it would be a great benefit for Sherborn. And, you know, all of my 100% of my focus would be on the town of Sherborn if I was fortunate to become your next town administrator. Sorry, Jeff, I can't hear you.
I muted myself. So as you probably noticed, both Paul and I were on the search committee also. So we've already talked to you once and asked some questions. So what I think we'll do is we'll start with the other two select board members who haven't had a chance to ask you questions yet. And then Paul and I'll supplement those questions. So Marion, you went first last time. So George, do you want to go first this time?
Sure. Jeremy, I'd like to hear more about what you know about our current challenges and what we have going on in Sherborn and what your short-term and long-term goals will be if you become our town administrator.
Sure. Well, you know, in municipal government at large, you know, this is a very interesting time that we're in coming out of the pandemic. That was certainly a challenge for all. But, you know, the challenges have now changed from addressing the pandemic and you know, continuing operation of critical services now to kind of dealing with the fallout of higher costs, inflation, retention and recruitment of employees. You know, that's kind of across the board in municipal government. And you know, looking at the current situation, the economy at whole, at wide, it's interesting to see the dichotomy of there's, you know, big state surpluses that have trickled down to be a bit more local aid for communities. Unfortunately, communities like Sherborn and Medfield don't generally benefit much from state aid. You know, I just looked at your cherry sheet. You get about $1 million per year in state aid. Medfield gets 8 million. Natick gets much more. You know, unfortunately, the state aid formulas like Chapter 70 for school aid certainly do not favor communities like Sherborn. So, you know, that is certainly a challenge. 90% of your tax base is residential. You know, there's not much diversification. That's the bulk of where your revenue comes from, the tax levy and the residential tax base. You know, you have a relatively high tax rate compared to most communities. That's a challenge that's kind of, you know, sort of, that's not desirable. You know, it makes, you know, the affordability of your community a challenge for some. You have the challenges of meeting the 40B requirement, the 10% affordability of households or requirement, and you've got a long ways to go. I think I've read your housing production plan. It's a great document, and kudos to you for updating it. It certainly you have some work to do there to continue on and to ensure safe harbor, so that, you know, you want to have control over how Sherborn addresses its affordable housing. You don't want to be beholden to you know, or threat from an adversarial developer. You would like to be able to offer affordable housing options that meet the character of your community. And that can be a challenge with 40B. But you have a project in Coolidge Crossing that seems to have wide public acceptance in your community, that has some challenges that I believe I can help solve for you. You know, water supply, sewer treatment. And you know, that would certainly, I mean, that one project alone solves many of those 40B problems. But you've got some other ways to tackle that as well, all identified in your housing production plan. But, you know, without that larger project, it'll be a constant, you know, every year, every 2 years to get into that safe harbor status for many years. You know, you've got the challenge to kind of balance, you know, a sustainable development and increasing your tax base but maintaining the rural character of your town, the small town charm. You know, fortunately, you've got 50% of your open space protected. That's incredible. Farm ponds, a wonderful resource. It amazes me how clear the water is when I swim there. You want to maintain your strong school system. You want to maximize, I mean, there's a limited amount of resources that you have, but you have infrastructure that needs to be maintained. You know, you're doing a great job at some of the sidewalks you're building, the roadways you're resurfacing. You want to maximize the use of other folks' monies to chase after and receive as many grants as you can from the Commonwealth, from the federal government. You know, and maintaining that small town feel, it came up a few times in some of your documents, and in particular the government study document, where I love the quote, you know, small town charm doesn't need to mean backwards. And I love it. You know, it means you keep your small town charm, you know, the rural nature of your community, but provide the best services you can for your residents. You know, utilize technology, you know, increase levels of service. You can do all of that and still maintain the character of your community. You've got a majority of your firefighters are call firefighters. That's been a challenge, I know, in my hometown in Medfield, where we've got more of a mix. We've got more full-time than you folks do, but it's been a challenge to retain that call fire department. We fortunately in Medfield were able to move from a basic life support system to an advanced life support system by some creative financing and staff, building up staff. But it's been a challenge to recruit good quality EMTs and firefighters. One of the constant themes that seems to come up a lot in some of the reviews and research I've done is the communications in your community, whether it be communications among your departments or communications from the town out to residents. So I think that's a challenge, but that's an opportunity. I think all of these things are challenges and opportunities, but you can solve that communication problem. And I think you've got some good, strong town department leaders that they need a leader to help them come together to help communicate out to the town. So, you know, I welcome all of those challenges. I've seen them before in previous work and helped solve many of those similar issues, you know, in my past experience. So I think there's a lot of great things to come for your community.
Thank you. Marion, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. First of all, greetings, Jeremy. We met in a meeting a couple of months ago concerning the Coolidge Crossing, and you know, whichever side of the border you're on, I know that you'll work with us on that.
Indeed.
You're related to 40B, but different. The Mbta Communities Act, I know isn't finalized yet, but it has everyone on edge, wondering exactly what it's going to look like in the end. And for Sherborn, if we were to comply with that act as it's currently, or the last I heard, it's currently written, we would have to add 750 housing units as an adjacent community. We only have 1,500 to begin with. So that's, you know, kind of a ridiculous proposition.
Mm.
I'd like to know how Natick is handling that and how you see Sherborn might be able to handle it.
Well, you know, it's certainly a challenge, and it's certainly an unrealistic ask of a community such as yours. You know, Natick is certainly a different community, has a different housing stock, has different, you know, faces different challenges than you folks. I think, one of the things that is often missing, I think, in the Commonwealth, are opportunities to sort of collaborate with adjacent communities, to regionalize, to share resources, to share. I look again, looking at 40B, it's focused on each community providing a certain amount of affordable housing. There are often cases where, like with Sherborn and Natick, on the fringes of Sherborn, close to infrastructure in another community, there's some synergies that occur. What is the incentive for the community that has the infrastructure to provide it to another community so that they can, develop affordable housing or do some, sort of more sustainable development in that community. I think that's been sort of a missing piece that, really, your local delegation, I'm not sure if you've engaged in them, but, when we were originally approached to help with Coolidge Crossing, at first it was water supply, and it was kind of shocking, a little shocking to me that it was the developer that was reaching out to the town, and I had very little interaction with your town staff or others, and that's certainly changed recently, and that was a great meeting we had the other day, Marianne, and it was very nice to meet you and talk about how we can work together on it. So I think there's many opportunities, I think, for a more regional shared approach to it. And if these goals are, Commonwealth wide, there's needs to be ways that we can kind of share the burden and leverage each other's strengths.
May I follow up? What do you see as Sherborn's strengths that would benefit Natick?
Well, I mean, there's a I know on the infrastructure side, it's not often that, for, all the water and sewer is actually, is funded by a water and sewer enterprise fund. So it's funded by rate revenues. And even though, Natick does have a fair amount of development that occurs, it's rare that a larger project comes in for a relatively small amount of infrastructure to increase revenues substantially without actually adding too much maintenance costs as well. So, there is a benefit to a community like Natick and Framingham to provide utility service to neighboring communities to help increase their revenue for their enterprise funds. So, that's an incentive. I'm sure, with all of the ARPA monies that are available and the monies that are coming into the state revolving funds for water and sewer infrastructure, I'm sure there are funds out there and available that could help fund the necessary infrastructure for some of the projects you're considering to make those projects even more attractive for developers to come in and implement to satisfy your requirements.
Thanks. George, do you want to go?
Yeah, go ahead. Just wanted to ask you if you have, what experience you have with conflict management and how you've handled some tough situations.
Sure. Well, having in my current role, having a staff of 85 folks, we have our fair share of challenges on a daily basis. I oversee 3 different collective bargaining agreements that serve the department. Of those 85 people, about 80 of them are covered under those collective bargaining agreements. So, I daily administrate those collective bargaining agreements as we go about our operations. I'm involved in the collective bargaining that goes on, on about a 3-year cycle. We've actually recently, with some great support from town administration, we've been able to make some great changes and additions to our CBAs recently to help with recruitment and retention of important trades for us. It's been a challenge for us to recruit like water treatment plant operators or retain sanitation drivers or, attract tree workers. But we have traditionally kind of been a training ground and seen folks get their licenses or commercial driver's license and move on. But we've been able to bargain and negotiate and add some pretty great kind of win-win things within the collective bargaining agreements that I think will help us with the retention and recruitment of good folks. Compared to my peers, I don't tend to get as many grievances as I talk to other folks, and I think that's because of the, you know, I think we try to be as proactive as we can. You know, I try to head off any issues as they come up, you know, before they come up, or, you know, address them early and often, not let them to simmer into anything of an issue. But, you know, sometimes grievances do arise, and I have been, you know, part of arbitration hearings, and that, you know, the number of the ones that I've been to have been fortunately settled in the town's favor. You know, there have been a couple where we've chosen a candidate that has better qualifications and is the better candidate, better fit for a position that may have less seniority. And we've gotten a couple grievances because of that, but we've been able to, you know, the language in our contract is great. And we've been able to show that we were hiring the best candidate for that position, and it's been upheld. So that those have been some wins. I mean, you know, beyond the department, you know, I've got a staff that's part-time workers that are in high school working for the summer. So I've got those sort of workers. I've got folks with master's degrees that are my supervisors or engineers, and all the way in between. I've got technicians and, you know, water treatment plant operators or drivers, and they all want to be communicated with in a different way. So you learn that, you find that out, and you learn to talk their language. And you know, I like to manage by walking around, being out there, seeing folks, you know, expressing interest, and that helps reduce the potential for conflict. I guess outside of the, you know, my duties as the public works director and managing the conflicts that can arise within a large department, you know, there's an example recently where about a year and a half now ago, town meeting adopted the Mass General Law that allows the select board to reduce speed limits townwide. And thus far, the select board have not yet, you know, enacted or done that. And they have several advisory committees that help them on various matters. One is the Transportation Advisory Committee, and one is the Safety Committee. The Safety Committee is made up of folks from the police department, fire department, public works, and then some folks at large. They talk about stop signs and, you know, the safety issues, crosswalks, that sort of thing, and bring those recommendations forward to the select board for adoption as the roadway commissioners. The Transportation Advisory Committee tends to look at bigger projects and, you know, sort of more master planning type things, but they are much more of an advocacy group as well, and have been pushing for the lower speed limits townwide, for, you know, and have sent many letters in, actually sponsored the article to adopt this Mass General Law, and have become frustrated that the select board have not moved to reduce the speed limits townwide. So there has been some conflict between those two advisory committees, the TAC and the Safety Committee. You know, I have relationships with both of those committees. So the town administrator has asked me to help mediate, essentially help bring those two committees together to talk about where we can meet in the middle. The Safety Committee would rather look at each roadway one at a time and kind of take a really measured approach, data-driven approach to setting a speed limit, whereas the Transportation Advisory Committee really wants to go townwide, reduce everything to 25 miles an hour, establish some speed zones to go down to 20 miles an hour in certain areas, but use the speed limit to force, you know, safety for pedestrians. So they're coming at this from a different point of view than the Safety Committee, where the Safety Committee is made up of folks from the police department, the ones that would be enforcing the speed limit. So they're seeing, you know, the potential issues with artificially, you know, lowering a speed limit below, you know, what a roadway could be, you know, what folks may be comfortable driving. and seeing the issues with enforcement. So what we've done is brought the two committees together. I've done drive arounds with each of members of each of those committees, and we've talked about how to implement different scenarios. We're gathering the data that the safety committee would like, and putting together some maps of information. And I think that we'll come to some consensus where we'll be able to move forward with, some phased approach that'll be somewhere in the middle. That won't be, a blanket thing townwide, but won't be, a process that takes many years looking at, the town's hundreds of streets. So I think conflict resolution is often about communication, honesty, communication, talking it out, getting information out there, trying to see somebody's point of view, looking at it from a different perspective. And just having a civil discourse, which sometimes is missing in our nation at large. So I think we can set a good example for others on a local level.
Thank you. And on that note, can I just add one other question? What do you do when you have a hard decision to make, or bad news, or I guess, as you know, the worst possible scenarios to put that on the back burner? How do you handle those situations?
Well, like you said, it's really not a good idea to put it on the back burner. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. So once it becomes an issue, once it's known, from my experience, it's best to address it head on, be honest about it. A scenario came up where, I've been happy to plan succession planning for the department. We've had some retirements of folks that have worked for the community for tens of years. Several key supervisors have retired, and we've been succession planning for their retirements. One of those retirements, which was kind of earlier on in my tenure here in Natick, about 2 years in, was our fleet supervisor, or equipment maintenance division supervisor, who was also another duty he had was the deputy director of public works, sort of an added duty of his while I was out of the office. He could act in my stead. But he was with the community about 30 years, very well respected, having, worked very closely with the police and fire departments and the town administrator at the time, very well respected. And when it was time for his retirement, he had been grooming a general foreman within his operations to potentially become that supervisor. And when the time came for his retirement, that general foreman, applied, very capable, but was unsure. He was unsure if he should take the position or not. And he ended up withdrawing his application, unfortunately. So we continued our search. It was very hard to find a good equipment maintenance supervisor that can oversee a garage and the diversity of the vehicles that we maintain and the equipment. And there was a limited pool of candidates, but we eventually found someone that we thought was going to be a great addition to the team. Our human resource folks did all the due diligence that you would normally do. He was hired, he came on board. But we quickly found that it wasn't a great fit. It only lasted several months before things started to bubble up. Slowly, a mechanic would come in and talk to me about an issue, and it would raise my eyebrow a little bit. I'd look into it. It came to a head when all of those mechanics came together at once and sort of had a mutiny involved. So we parted ways quickly with the supervisor. It was not a good fit. He didn't have the skill set we were looking for. There were some decisions that he had been making that were questionable. And so we parted ways rather quickly, but then that left us without an equipment maintenance supervisor. So the general foreman that had previously taken his application out decided he'd try. And so we had a good conversation, and if you want to do this, I want to support you in this. We'll provide you training, I'll mentor you, we'll get you the resources and that you need for you to succeed. And I'm very glad that he did reapply, and he's an excellent supervisor. He's grown into the position, very well respected in the community. So many folks will call him for advice and help. So addressing that situation early with that person that wasn't a good fit, led to us having somebody that's wonderful in that role, and really has been a great addition to the team.
Thank you. Go ahead, Marion, or Jeff, I don't know.
I'll do one quickly, Marion. From your experience, Jeremy, what's the most important characteristic of an effective town administrator? Or characteristics, plural, if you want.
Sure. Well, I think, you can have very strong department heads that do really well in the sort of the silos that they work in. I think it's incumbent upon a town administrator to kind of bring them out of those silos, to work together, sort of to kind of find synergies and communicate and have them all work as a team, be a leader. I think town administrators or leaders in general, you need to be present. You need to be there. I pride myself that through the pandemic, I was in the office every day. I did not work at home. I was in the office every day, being present. We did do some different shift scenarios so that we ensured that our critical operations could continue if folks had gotten ill. But I made sure I was present. Supportive. You want to be a listener, consistent, fair. I think you should strive for continuous improvement. Sort of set a standard that is a higher standard that's reachable, and then reset the standard a little bit higher. Challenge folks. Be a team player. Be open, honest, collaborative. I think all of those things are necessary, particularly in town government, where there's so many different stakeholders. I've read your town bylaws and the structure of your government with, the town administrator appointed by the select board. You've got a finance director appointed by the select board. You've got a capital budget committee. You've got an advisory committee. The select board itself. All of those folks, school committee. Working with the school superintendent, you've got a relatively new school superintendent, would be very critical for your town administrator to establish a great relationship with that person so that there's mutual understanding as a give and take. So I think, it's about bringing all those stakeholders together to help, try to develop consensus. The ultimate consensus is town meeting, right? And so in the lead up to town meeting, the more consensus you can build, the more positive outcomes you might have for the decisions you'd like to have implemented at town meeting.
Marion, did you have another question?
Yeah, Jeremy, I wonder if you could tell us something about your dealings with adjacent towns and with the state government.
Sure.
As the town administrator is really the face of the town.
Yep.
In a way to the state, and I'm wondering what have been the biggest challenges that you've had to take to the state level or to a regional level, and how did you do that?
Sure. Well, I really enjoy working with the Massachusetts Municipal Association that helps advocate for municipalities. So that has been one avenue where I've been able to help on a more broad level, Commonwealth wide. Serving on policy committees there, helping advise their advocates that are at the State House has been very rewarding. I've had the fortune to bring some special legislation forward to the general court and to lobby and present to various committees at the State House. One was for special legislation for the town of Natick for street acceptance, We brought forward special legislation that enabled the town to simplify that process of street acceptance. That's one of the issues in Natick. There's about 20 miles of roadways that are unaccepted. Some are newer, some are older, some are in better shape than others. Most are not in great shape. But the process of acceptance is antiquated, and it's been around since the creation of our country and the Commonwealth, and it's time consuming and resource dependent. So we got that special legislation passed, and that has been very useful for the town of Natick. We also brought some special legislation forward that was an attempt to give municipalities, well, in particular Natick, was a special legislation for the town of Natick to better regulate and oversee utility poles, public, private infrastructure in the public way, utility poles, overhead wires, addressing the double poles, the poles that are snapped, that are kind of lashed together with boards and wires, unsightly, unsafe, obstructing sidewalks. So, with some champions, residents here in Natick that were champions, some committees, the select board, we all worked together to get town meeting to approve the special legislation, and we brought it forth to the general court and advocated before. There was a joint committee on utilities, committee of both House and Senate together, which was a very interesting experience to advocate before that hearing. At that hearing, they were we had all kinds of pictures showing these double poles, and I think everybody has seen them all around when you drive, the eyesores and how unsafe they are. Lots of nodding, from the representatives and the senators. Yes, it's a problem. It's a problem. Off to the side, after our advocacy and presentation, representatives and lobbyists from all of the utility companies were sitting over to our right, Verizon, Comcast, Eversource. And once in a while, you could see them looking over towards the lobbyist. But unfortunately, that special legislation died in committee. So after our presentation, we left, and then they debated, and it did not go any farther than that committee. But I have experience with that process. Should the town of Sherborn need that, you would, for any sort of intermunicipal agreement for servicing of water or sewer, across town borders, or creation of water districts, or extension of the Mbta water system. And I've got many contacts and relationships with folks in positions that are that could help out with many of those things. Let's see. I have a very strong relationship with my peers in other communities. I pride myself with being available for them to help solve problems, whether it be Framingham or Needham or Wellesley. We collaborate together. Often an issue will come up in one community that's been solved in another community. And why reinvent the wheel? Just going and having coffee with one of your peers and chatting about something can often save many hours of work, because they've got a great idea that just needs to be implemented, and tailored to your community. Not everything is the same in every community, but working with your peers is key. I think there's a lot of things in knowing all of the services that Medfield provides and Natick provides, and that can be a challenge for a smaller community to provide. I think there's a lot of opportunities for either regionalization, that's a grandiose term, but partnerships between communities for different services, whether it be building inspection or Board of Health services, or something more like infrastructure, water, sewer, sanitation, maybe even roadway maintenance. There's probably a lot of opportunities there, and that's more the national model. Actually, nationally, counties are do more of the town services than they do here. Counties don't really exist in Massachusetts, but in other parts of the country, it's more efficient to do certain things at a county level.
Thank you.
George, did you have a follow-up question? No, you're muted, George.
I was just, when he said about the county thing, I grew up in New York State and where everything's done on the county basis. And that was just interesting to hear that because I found it odd when I moved to Massachusetts that everything's so micro in the towns. Anyway, one question I do have is, what is your day-to-day in the office, like day-to-day? How often would you say you have an open door versus a closed door?
Well, my door is essentially always open unless I need some confidentiality to talk to someone. You know, when I come in the morning, I open and it stays open. You know, I think presume you've seen, you know, the writing samples or the essays that we've conducted. You know, I did talk about that a little bit in one of the essay responses. You know, my door is literally always open, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a true quote open door policy. You know, I think that's more about establishing a culture of, you know, honest, open, comfort, you know, that somebody can come in and then whatever they may have would remain in confidence, or, you know, I would help, you know, support them and solve their issue and kind of, you know, kind of work together on it. So, you know, I'd like to be out of the office too. You know, I like to manage by walking around. You find out so much more when you're actually out there, especially with a department that's kind of all over the town. You know, we're one of the few departments that literally once a week we have public works where employees go by every residence in town because we do town collection of sanitation. You know, we have our truck drivers, our trucks are going around everywhere. So we're front and center out there, which means, you know, I'd like to be out there too, to see how they're doing. You know, what things that we can improve upon, what we're doing well, who should be, you know, congratulated for doing a great job. So I think, you know, you need to foster that quote open door policy.
Thank you.
Paul, do you have a follow-up question of any kind?
Sure. I guess I would ask, what would you do to foster teamwork between various department heads and between various boards and committees in the town?
Well, I think, you know, regular meetings, and trying to keep meetings light, adding some humor, you know, making folks comfortable. I think having functional type meetings can also be more productive than just doing large meetings with random folks. You know, sometimes that is needed. You know, maybe you need to do that in the lead up to a budget cycle where you want to give the same information out to all the various departments to give budget guidance on how to develop department budgets. But on regular meetings, if you've got smaller groups that you get together in a little bit less formal settings, I think you can establish relationships that are, you know, more than professional, you know, establish some friendships, establish mutual respect. I think that by sort of obtaining small wins, little incremental wins with folks and establishing understanding that, you know, you can build more relationships with folks. And you know, when there is conflict, to try to see why, you know, where's that coming from, and what can be done to solve it. And often, again, it's communication that is broken down and a misunderstanding that can be resolved. You know, your town, just like many towns, has many committees that are charged with a variety of things, and they're all important that feed into the good works that your town does. But you know, that the example of the speed limit, sometimes there can be differences of opinion on how something might be implemented. So getting a clear understanding of where each of these committees might be coming from, and, you know, seeing if there's some sort of common ground that can be reached, I think is one of the responsibilities, something that you're looking for your town administrator to help with. You know, many of these committees, the select board appoint, and they will report to you. But I think you're looking for you need someone that will help bring some consensus to the board, to minimize the conflicts before they come to the board. So, yeah, I mean, that's a big function, I think, a big responsibility for your next town administrator.
So if you're town administrator and you give advice to the Board of Selectmen to take certain action and your advice is not followed and the board goes a different direction, what do you do?
Well, I mean, the select board are the elected representatives of the residents of Sherborn. So I would respect that decision. You know, I would think that leading up to that decision that we would have had, an informed discussion, a civil debate about whatever the issue is, and kind of approached it from different sides, different angles. But, whatever the judgment or the decision of the select board is that's then, my marching orders as the town administrator to carry through and carry through to the best of my abilities as well. Not slow walk it, do carry through, with that action, just like I would any other. So I would respect the select board's opinion and their decisions.
Thank you.
Marion, you had another question?
I did, but this may be getting a little bit into the weeds, but I thought you'd enjoy answering this, Jeremy, so I'll give it to you. Since you drive Route 27 every day through Sherborn, through the bottleneck of Sherborn, and then into other bottlenecks in Natick, it occurs to us often, we have a lot of traffic problems. The main streets, North and South Main, Washington Street, Route 16, 27, Western Ave, where we have constant truck traffic. They use Western Ave as a quick way to get from wherever to Framingham. These are problems that you have in Natick as well, I'm sure. And I'm sure Medfield has its own version of those problems.
Certainly.
So this is a totally open-ended question. And I don't expect you to have a pat answer, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on how towns regionally can work together to and work with the state and with public transportation authorities to have a more global view that includes problems in small towns that don't have MBTA and don't have public transportation.
Sure. I mean, that is supposed to be one of the duties of Mass DOT district offices, is to help communities, neighboring communities sort of coordinate some transportation needs. That's not always the case. When you look at, like truck exclusions on roadways, if a community wants to exclude trucks from certain roadways, there's a process that you need to go through, certain information that needs to be gathered, that's then submitted to Mass DOT district offices that then they would approve it. It's not even up to the local community to have that control over their own roadways. And also in that consideration, those truck exclusions, in the rules of Mass DOT cannot put undue burden on a neighboring community. Well, maybe there's a rationale to have a truck route that spans two communities that might put a little burden here in one, a little burden here and here, but it's solving something bigger in both. And the process doesn't necessarily lend itself to that. But I think discussions with the Mass DOT district offices and their traffic engineers and coordinating with the folks and adjacent communities we can bring those things forward. And with the help of your local delegation, make those things happen. I'm very aware of Western Ave. I traveled that for a number of years when I worked for the town of Framingham Public Works Department. Travel Western Ave to get there from Medfield. Across the street, the Odessa, the car place, and all of the big trucks that go there. It's Bean Street in Natick sees a lot of that volume as well. And that's been a challenge. It beats up the roads, rattles people's homes. And sometimes it seems like there's little that can be done. But there's some tools available, traffic calming, slowing down those vehicles, making more desirable routes, posting routes, getting vehicle exclusions from Mass DOT and the Commonwealth. I think, again, roadways in other parts of the country are more on a county basis and not as local. There are some good programs that have come up through the recent transportation bond bill that you folks can take advantage of, not only the Complete Streets funding that I think you are taking advantage of, and kudos for the sidewalk work that you're doing, but also there's a program to allow to apply for funding for state numbered routes. So 16 would be eligible. And the first year of that funding is supposed to be focused on rural communities like Sherborn to get funding to maintain and repair those roadways. So, there are resources out there that I'd love to help you take advantage of.
Thanks.
Okay, I've got a couple more and we can see if anyone else has a few. One is we recently conducted a survey of all Sherborn residents over the age of 60, and we are expecting the results of the survey this fall. So can you talk about your experience working with councils on aging and sort of long-term and short-term goals for dealing with not just facilities, but programs as well for COAs?
Sure. So, here in Natick, there's a community senior center. So it's sort of a bit of a combination. There is the community aspect to it, but they serve seniors. It's a wonderful facility. In Medfield, one of the individuals, one of my neighbors who got me into the town, volunteering in the town and serving on committees, was very active in building, getting, advocating for and building the Council on Aging in Medfield. We had many conversations about how to help make that happen. That actually failed the first time it went to town meeting. It did not have enough support to pass. It was re-envisioned and then brought back a number of years ago. And I know they have some challenges ahead by way of funding. They've got, from my experience on the warrant committee, and looking at their budgets and their budget proposals, they have some needs. Fortunately, they do have some revolving accounts and some other funding that comes in that helps them with their duties and their responsibilities. But the breadth of their service is pretty impressive, and the programs that they have, and that's one of those services kind of come to mind with things that you can leverage in other communities. Look at all the great facilities that are nearby Sherborn. Medfield has 2 or 3 shuttles that go around and pick up seniors and bring them to the senior center. Traveling to Sherborn would not be that, traveling at the other end of Medfield is longer than getting to Sherborn. So, and just think about some of the synergies that they could be there to leverage resources and funding to help improve the services that could be provided. And many of the things they do actually go to the residents' doors as well. So it's not about getting their seniors there, but actually going to where the seniors are. I have had a great relationship with the community services director here in Natick. We've done a lot of collaboration on things. Regularly we do pickups, sanitation pickups for seniors, things like that. We volunteer at their holiday luncheon every year. It's a great time. We've done a lot with actually the community services director. She's now moved on to another community, but she a former community senior center director, started in Natick the Citizens Academy and kind of oversaw that. And what a great outreach to the community to help build your volunteer workforce, if you will. So we've done a lot of collaboration with various departments here in the community.
Yeah, a couple people have mentioned that Citizens Academy. I think you might have to abscond with that idea. It seems like it's basically explaining to the residents, you could expand if you want, Sherry, but it's basically explaining to residents what does Concom do, what does, ZBA do, those kinds of things. So it's kind of a way in which residents better understand the various boards, committees, and functions of the town. It seems really interesting.
It's been great and very well received. It's been on pause for the last couple of years, but
Yeah.
we have done it for a number of years, and basically there's a cohort that's kind of potential volunteers or new folks to the community that become a class.
Yeah, I
And
think it
then
helps
over-
recruit people. That's a good
Yes.
point. Yeah.
It does. And, they get to understand how government works in the community and how they can be active and, where they go to get this sort of answer. And they often leave, folks come in and they may have many questions, which is great. They often leave as a champion or an advocate. I didn't understand that, the Public Works Department did that, or I didn't understand that was a challenge. Wow, what can I do to help you? And then they become an advocate and help build up support for some resource, or help educate their neighbors on something. So it's been great, and I think it's helped feed in fresh blood, if you will, to different volunteer committees.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. And even I thought you could record them so that you don't have to always do them live. It could be something if
Certainly.
you want to go at your own time and learn about one particular topic. So one more question, which is, what question were you really hoping we asked and we didn't ask you, and would you answer it also?
Sure. Well, I've done a lot of research. I've read, your open space plan, your master plan, your housing production plan. Certainly have, a lot of questions that have come up through that research. Now is not the right time to ask those questions, but I would really look forward to an opportunity to serve as your town administrator, to be able to ask those questions, to become an expert. Couple questions kind of were interesting to see. I see you've created a municipal affordable housing trust, but have not yet funded it. That there must be maybe a strategic reason for that, or maybe you're looking, maybe there's a constrained resources, right? Or that's a great tool that you now have available, and having some seed money towards that could be very helpful. But it was interesting to see that you haven't quite got there yet with funding. And I had some questions about your capital program. It appears that it's a regular, your capital requests are all funded through tax levy overrides, and mostly funded by borrowing as well. Very curious to see how that's been working, and if you've investigated different opportunities for capital funding, trying to maybe pull some of the smaller capital within levy to help with your tax rate. To you might have a little reprieve now with ARPA funds available. That might be helping fund your capital program for the next couple of years, but those funds will go away. So now is a great time to be thinking about how you're funding your capital program. Certainly there larger projects necessarily need to be an override for a debt exclusion, but some of your more routine capital, and especially in this raising interest rate environment, you may want to consider looking at different ways to fund that, within levy, with cash, not with a need to borrow. So it was kind of interesting to see that. I know it's great that you've had, it looks like you've had much support for your capital program doing it that way, and it may have been working well traditionally for Sherborn, but I could see some challenges ahead with that approach.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say to that, because I was on both advisory and capital budget committee too, so particularly with the larger projects, we are also trying to balance having future citizens pay for their share of an asset. So if we buy a fire truck that costs $800,000, we don't want to fund it with near-term funds, because we want people to move here 10 years from now or 15 years from now, when it may be a 25-year asset to pay, even though you're paying some interest expense, they're covering a cost of that asset that they're enjoying the benefit of 10 years down the road. So but you're right about sort of the more short-term or slightly lower dollar value ones. So we do fund some of those within our operating budget or within our, not with an exclusion, debt exclusion. So I guess I'd conclude with see if you would like to make any kind of a closing statement or any kind of final points that you'd like to share with the select board.
Yes, well, I really appreciate your time tonight and wonderful to meet you all virtually. I would love to have the opportunity to meet with you in person, face to face, and really hope that I'm fortunate to become your next town administrator. I believe I have a combination of experience working for cities and towns and as a volunteer on appointed boards and committees that gives me a unique perspective. That mix of working for communities and as a volunteer in communities, I think gives me a unique and valuable perspective that will be a benefit for Sherborn. I have experience and success with infrastructure projects and attaining grant funds that would greatly benefit town of Sherborn, particularly looking at your 40B challenge and trying to move forward Coolidge Crossing and looking at your business district to try to leverage that the best you can and within the character of your community. I'm a collaborator, a leader, and a team builder. In running a large municipal department demonstrates this success. Though I'm an accomplished public works director, I'm not just a quote public works guy. My past work and volunteer activities give me a broad perspective and an appreciation for all municipal activities. This experience will help you maintain the small character of your community, maintain a strong school system, grow your affordable housing options to ensure 40B safe harbor, incrementally expand the commercial tax base consistent with your master planning, maximize grant opportunities to fund infrastructure repair and improvements, and leverage technology to better serve your residents and businesses. I have an extensive experience helping communities plan for their future, develop sustainable budgets that reflect the town's values and vision, and with helping communities better communicate with the residents, increasing transparency and trust. I've lived as a neighbor for nearly 20 years in the town of Medfield, plan to continue living there for a good time longer. Over that time, I've become an active, engaged member of my home community, like you all have for the town of Sherborn. My goal would be, as your town administrator, to do the same in Sherborn, to become an active member of your community, to be part of your community. If selected, my time and attention would focus solely on helping your community. I'm very excited about this opportunity and eager to get started helping with you all. And very much appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate your sharing your background and your goals with us. Did any of the select board members have any final comments? All
Don't.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
So once again, we finished about 5 minutes early. So why don't we take a quick break and come back at 8:55. The next candidate will be here at 9. Hi, Tim. Can you hear me? I think you're muted still.
Okay, how's that?
That's much better. How are you doing tonight?
Doing great.
So as advertised, we have 4 of our select board members here tonight. We've met before, and you've met Paul also, because the 2 of us were also on the search committee. And we have 2 additional select board members, Marion Neutra, who's vice chair, and George Morrow, who's our clerk, select board clerk. So we'll get started tonight with the interview process to get to know you better and to kind of probe you with some questions. So what I'd like to do first is, I don't know if you have an opening statement, if you'd like to make any kind of introductory remarks.
I really hadn't prepared an opening statement, but I'm happy to make some opening remarks. I think I'm an applicant that's a little atypical in several ways. Part of it, although I've been in government for a long time, I've spent a lot of my career in the federal government. So that's atypical for someone in the municipal arena. I think the other thing is how broad my experience is as it relates to this position. I have been a sworn law enforcement officer. I've trained as a firefighter and served in firefighting roles. I've managed emergency medical response. I've done facilities and project management. And that's in addition to all the political jobs I've had and the typical manager, administrator competencies that you'd expect to see in finance, HR, IT, procurement, and planning. So I think those things, my candidacy may be a little atypical in terms of my background. I think there are some really strengths in that, and I hope that the board considers and can see those strengths. So thanks.
Okay, great. And so because Marion and George hadn't met you previously, we'll let them lead off some of the questioning and then we can fill in the pieces. So Marion, it's your turn to go first again.
Okay, hello, Tim. It's nice to meet you virtually.
Hi, Marion. Thank you.
Yeah, my first question is related to your introduction. I mean, your experience has been very wide-ranging. In fact, your resume kind of left me scratching my head, to tell you the truth, and I'll tell you why. You've had major responsibilities in the Coast Guard, then in the Department of Energy at Los Alamos. Your responsibilities at Los Alamos was everything from business procurement to tribal affairs. I mean, very wide-ranging. And the various positions in the Coast Guard, Los Alamos, and subsequently sound like very senior positions with a lot of supervisory experience, a lot of financial responsibility, and high-level experience, high-level positions. So I'm just wondering, what was your thinking in taking over the financial officer position in a town like Hopkinton, one of several hundred or 100 and I don't know how many, 135, I think, small towns in Massachusetts were, you know, a puzzle of small towns, and Sherborn's even smaller. It seems like a very small pond for a very big fish. And I'm wondering how you see that fit working.
So I think, thank you for that question. I think it's a reasonable question. It's certainly a question some of my friends asked me when I made this move. For me, the zip code was a very important thing. I had 2 children in middle school when I decided to make the move here, one just entering high school. And we had moved to New Mexico because we had been skiing in Taos and spending the summers in Taos. And we liked New Mexico and we liked many of the things about it. And of course, the job there was a very good and interesting job. But when I started to think about launching my children into the economy near where I lived, New Mexico was not very attractive. And when my children started to move into and toward high school, the school systems, although we had the best schools in New Mexico, were nothing like the schools in Massachusetts. So I made the obvious decision was probably for me to go back to Washington, which my wife and I had left in 2004. She had been a VP at the Washington Post, and I was very well entrenched in my career there. We could have gone back to DC. We kind of felt we had done that. I'm from Massachusetts. I thought this would be my eventual home, and the timing was just right for me to get back here, and it worked very well. My son graduated from high school and is off to a great start in his life. And my daughter is early in her high school career and doing very well in high school. So I'd like to think I made a mature decision to take a pay cut and a job with less responsibility and come back to local government, where I got my start as a city councilor back in, I won't even say what presidential administration that was. and come back. And I'll tell you, as jobs in government go, these are good jobs. These top jobs in small communities are very good jobs. I mean, the Secretary of Defense makes $221,000. So when you get to the upper top of these tiers in the different levels of government, these municipal jobs are quite competitive. And it's a good fit for me. It's a good fit for my family. Also, I like to have a lot of influence and impact. And in a smaller organization, you're closer to the customer and you have more impact. So I'd like to think it was confidence and maturity that led me to make this unusual decision.
Do you have a
Can I ask
follow-up,
you one
Marion?
more could I ask you one quick follow-up question?
Sure.
On your resume, you left the Coast Guard headquarters in 2004.
Yes.
The next thing on your resume is in 2009.
Yes.
Can you tell us about the 5 years that are?
Well, I would, but I really don't want to make you jealous. My wife and I had done very well in the bull markets, and my wife had done extremely well professionally. I had a nice pension from the Coast Guard and healthcare, and we had 2 very young children. Actually, we had a 1-year-old, and then we had a daughter born 40 weeks after my wife retired from her job at the Post. And we took some time to spend with our young children, which is something not many people get to do. I was pretty confident that with my skill set, I could re-enter the workforce exactly where I left at about any time, and I really did that. After a few years, I started to do some consulting. I did some work in Abu Dhabi. I did some work for defense contractors, and then decided to go back into federal service full-time, and basically got a job at the top level of the civil service as soon as I applied. And again, not a typical thing, but I was confident I'd be able to do that if I wanted to and needed to. And, I have a little digital picture frame over there in the corner flashing pictures of me and my 2-year-old daughter walking on the beach and fishing for crabs. And, I don't know how much retirement I'll get later in life, but I know I already had several years of it, and I enjoyed it.
Okay, thanks.
George, do you want to be next?
Sure. I'd like you to address like what interests you about the town of Sherborn and what maybe some short-term and long-term goals would be as the town administrator here.
Sure. So Sherborn is, I don't know if I put in a statement that I thought Hopkinton was a peer community of Sherborn. I hope that's not, you don't take that as an insult. So Sherborn obviously is a very special community, very progressive community. And I see some real signs of innovation in the community, things you have done really to fund the schools. You run a very lean government except for the schools. And if I could create a world, that is exactly how I would create it, from municipal government. So you have done what I would do if I was starting from scratch, to have the best schools I could possibly have and then be as efficient as possible on all the other services. So in a sense, it's a peer community. It's smaller, but it's seen some of the same experiences that Hopkinton has seen. I think you're about to see with your housing developments some of the growth issues that we've seen in Hopkinton with all of our legacy farms build out. I think it's the same Pulte, the same crew doing in your town what they've done in our town. So you have that. Your town is tremendously strong fiscally, the AAA bond rating, the extraordinarily low debt position. It just seems like a very, very nice operation. I feel like I'm going from being the CFO of a large Hyatt to being the manager of the Trapp Family Lodge, I guess is how I would compare it. Okay. It's a very, very special place. And in terms of what I would do, I'm kind of like a salmon in my professional life, swimming upstream to bring reliability and consistency and quality to government at every level I've worked at. I was a student of Dr. Deming at NYU, the quality guru, and I am a true believer in moving from process-based system or expert-based systems to process-based systems by documenting business processes to improve resilience and reliability and consistency. It's what I've done in Hopkinton. It's what I've done in every job I've ever had on the ships I've commanded. And I think there are some opportunities to do that in Sherborn. So there's things I really like about Sherborn. I like the way you're positioned. And I think the things I could bring would be pretty valuable to you. And I think there's more, but I think it'll come in the other questions. So. Also, can you tell me how long we have to go? I want to give you robust answers that give you a chance to understand how I think, because I think you're not really as interested in the actual answer as you are in how I think about things, or at least that's how I am when I interview. So I want to give really good answers, but I want to make sure I have time. So how long are we going to run?
We've given a lot of time. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I second George. We have until really 10:15. You know, you started at 9, so you know the prior ones we finished about 5 minutes early. But I would maybe elaborate with a few examples to George's question. I think of specific things that you think. You said there's some things we do well and some things that maybe we could benefit from your service. What would be examples?
I think this is your opportunity to get into those specifics.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You have so much time.
Good. So you know, I was expecting the question about talk about a challenge you've had, and I think in the essay I wrote about a challenge I had where I found that people I was responsible for were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars illegally to a major party candidate for the U.S. Senate. And in the first interview, I talked about a challenge of trying to protect a vulnerable subordinate who was going to be discharged from the military for very bad reasons. And the third challenge to kind of round out the scope of it, I'll go back to this idea of formalizing processes. So I, in my current role in Hopkinton, have one of the most outstanding assessors in the Commonwealth. He's the dean of the assessors. He's the president of the Assessors Association. He teaches the assessing courses, and we need that because we are in this death struggle with Eversource over the valuation of this giant LNG facility we have in our town. So most towns don't have the need we have, but we really do have a specialized need in Hopkinton. And so I had this outstanding assessor, and I had a superb deputy assessor. And I came in and I was pitching this idea that we need to formalize our processes. We need to be excellent after you leave. And of course, people don't want to do that. There's resistance to change. There's resistance to moving away from an expert-based system. Everyone says as long as we have the expert, we'll be fine. So strange stream of events. The assessing clerk in our 3-person department, the assessing clerk got a job in another town as a deputy assessor in a smaller town. The deputy assessor immediately got a job as a principal assessor in another town. And I tried to keep her, and I said, listen, if our assessor leaves, we'll be sunk, you know, and she was concerned that she wasn't gonna ever have the opportunity to move up in the foreseeable future. So she left, and she was outstanding, and then our assessor left. So between the time of town meeting and before the tax rate was set, all 3 of the people in our expert-based system had left. And I had a little transition time to try to capture all that knowledge. I know a little bit about anatomy, but you probably would not want me to try to remove your appendix. And likewise, I know a fair amount about assessing, but I probably shouldn't be doing the rate setting hearing based on what I know and doing the filings with DLS. So I had to work out an interim plan, and you know, we hired some consultants and got some help and got over that hump, that risk that was realized because we didn't have a process-based system, because nothing was written down. It was all, we know to do the LA5 when my granddaughter's birthday hits. We know that we have to do this form right after the Red Sox opening game. You know, it was all based on memory and sticky notes and yellow tabs on pages. And so I made it through that cycle, and we have rebuilt our team. And we actually got our expert assessor back. We hired him back from the town he went to after a long and difficult negotiation. So just this morning, I was sitting down with the assessor and deputy assessor, and we have now done the hard work of identifying the 74 work processes that make up the world of assessing. Now, ideally, coming from the federal government, I would like to see Lieutenant Governor Polito, as part of her local government initiative, manage this kind of knowledge curation, you know, that DLS, the Department of Revenue and the Division of Local Services would do this, but instead each one of the 361 communities is out there kind of fending for themselves with no knowledge base, making phone calls to friends, bothering people, you know, trying to get information, calling former employees. It's not tremendously well organized. For a rule-based, well-defined, structured activity that generates, in some cases, 90% of revenue, it's extremely poorly documented. You know, the professional association has training, but they don't have a robust set of policies and procedures on how to actually do the job. So after a couple of years of coaxing and modeling that behavior myself and doing my own documentation, I'm down to where I've actually had to pull this task over the line by breaking down the pieces of this process and participating in it myself. Now, this hurts for me because I'm not a micromanager. I believe in empowering people. I believe in defining people's roles and responsibilities and letting them do their job. I also think when I'm doing someone else's job, I'm not doing my job. But sometimes you get to an inflection point where you have to push through a barrier. And that's what I'm doing in this case. I am defining the world of work. And if it's been done anywhere else in the Commonwealth ever, I don't know about it, and nobody I know knows about it. So I'm doing that, and then you fall into the standard consulting practice. I think we have some consultants on the board. You know, there's a standard consulting practice. You look at the current state, you look at the desired state, and then there's a gap. And then you decide how to prioritize the gap, how to address the gap, and then you do it, and then you measure it, and you refine it in a cyclical process of continuous improvement. It's what consultants do, it's what program managers do, you know, it's what good managers do everywhere. And so I'm in that now with the assessing team, and we are going to figure out how we can map the whole universe of work through either standard operating procedures, or if we can't do that, at least process flow diagrams, calendars, you know, procedure, step sheets, whatever level we can do to get the whole field covered so that everything is documented, so that we're resilient. And that if our team all chips in money in the parking lot and wins the Mega Millions, we'll be survivable. We can replace that talent and we can replace that function. And, you know, it's not a very exotic thing to do, but it's what Dr. Deming taught Toyota that taught them how to teach us how to make cars again. It's about making your business processes work reliably and repeatably. I guess the other thing I would say is that at heart, with all the different jobs I've had, you know, leadership jobs, political jobs, I've always been called upon to be an analyst. And I have a list of meetings that I've provided briefings to the Hopkinton Select Board where I can help provide the framework to support the board in making difficult decisions. And that's a skill and an art. It's a craft. To be an analyst is a craft. And I have highly developed skills as an analyst. I enjoy doing analyst work. It's a lot of what I did when I was doing consulting. And it's important that organizations have a few people who have those skills. Everybody doesn't have to have them. But when you're facing bigger issues, it's good to have someone on the staff who is a top-notch analyst. And that's a skill set that I bring.
Did you have a follow-up, George, or you're okay?
No, I mean, I have some other questions. I don't know if it's
Let's
still.
let Paul, let's see if Paul has one now.
Well, my question is about management style, Tim. As you mentioned, you're a commander of a ship, and part of being a commander of a ship is a very different environment than being a town administrator in a town. What is your management style, or how would you manage a town?
Great question, Paul. Thank you. You know, I definitely was a captain of a ship, and when you're the captain of the ship, you have absolute authority. And I think I can't really think of many other jobs where people actually, certainly not in the public sector, where people have the authority that a captain of a ship has. But I'll also tell you, when you're a young guy in your 20s and you take over as a captain of a ship in the Virgin Islands with a experienced, skeptical crew, authority isn't enough. You have to sell the crew on your vision, and you have to create a vision. And then I would say, following up on that experience, I went to a very different role and was a congressional staff person in the back row at congressional hearings, helping the members understand what the issues were and what the best questions were to ask and how they might interpret those questions. So, I've had roles where I've been a very strong leader, and I've had roles where it's been my job to be a very collaborative supporter. I would say, in terms of my management style, the most important thing to me, you really have to think about culture. So a lot of what I'm going to say is about the culture you create as a leader and a manager. And the most important thing is the tone at the top. And that's a canon of the accounting profession. It is, it's in the COSO standards for internal control. When do companies go awry? When do organizations go awry? And it all goes down to the integrity of the people at the top. And the people at the top are the select board and the town administrator. And it will be my job to help the select board keep the right tone at the top. And it will be the select board's job to make sure that I am keeping the right tone at the top. But organizations that have people at the top who make up rules to suit them as they go along without regard to ethics are sailing into shoal waters and are destined for trouble sooner or later. People might get away with it for a while, but without a strong ethical tone at the top, organizations are headed for lawsuits or worse kinds of problems. The second thing, as part of my management style, is very clear. They call it in the military R2A2, roles and responsibilities, accountabilities, and authorities. And I was really happy to see the suite of changes you made in this year's town meeting, refining the roles of the town administrator, clarifying the relationships with the finance director, with the assessors. You really did some cleanup there. And not to say that I couldn't have come in and been effective and successful with the previous set of rules in Chapter 3, Section 6, but I'm glad to see you're thinking about it and looking at it. It tells me that the board has a focus on the importance of roles and responsibilities and accountabilities and authorities. And that doesn't end with the town administrator. The town administrator needs to push that thinking down and let people be responsible for their work and take ownership for their work. I think once you have good ethics and you have clear roles and responsibilities, what you want to do is really have clear objectives. So Dr. Deming used to put up a picture of a tiger, and he said, well, what is this? And he said, it's just a tiger. But if the tiger is hungry, it is a tiger with an aim, right? A tiger who's hungry is a machine that's working towards something. So you really need to have clarity on your goals and objectives. I saw that in past years, there have been select board goal setting meetings, at the beginning of the year. I think those are really important, and I couldn't really find much about it this year. I know it's been a transition year, but I think to have that kind of goal setting, many communities have developed mission statements and vision statements, and then your annual goal setting could comport with that, and it would be valuable to do those things. Having that alignment between what the town is trying to become and how the town wants to deal with eventual change and change in technology and change in society and, you know, physical change, environmental change, and then to have goals that support that. That gives the town administrator and the town staff an opportunity to develop their own goals that go and align with that. So ideally, you know, in this management by objective systems that people use, some places well, some places poorly, your goals should filter down to every employee in the town, and they should connect to every board and commission and committee. And that's how we get alignment. You know, we get people working together and pulling together. So spending some time on that process would be important to me. I guess the next thing is a 360 awareness, and I really don't think of these town jobs as like pyramidal hierarchical systems. I think there's probably some kind of nucleus that is either the select board or the staff, and then there's a set of connections to that, like in a neural network, that between the elected and appointed boards and the staff are doing things that impact the community. And then that network needs to expand out to the community. So it involves this kind of a spherical organization where people are touching across different layers of the sphere into different parts of the sphere so that you can get community involvement. And then getting out good products. You know, I have a pretty good website for a self-build website on the Hopkinton webpage, where I share a lot of information about the tax rate, the tax levy, what does a construction project mean to the average homeowner, you know, what is Proposition 2.5? And not everybody's interested, but some people are interested. And I may have said before, I've actually surprised my kids when I've been in the muffin shop in Hopkinton and had a lady in a baby stroller walk up and tell me in front of my kids that she read one of my issue papers and wanted to talk about how interesting it was. And my kids were convinced I had paid her to do that, right? They say, nobody reads these things you do. Nobody looks at them. But I think, you know, making it available so that when things come up or things go wrong, people can go and look and see. It's this, you know, forethought, this kind of forethought and engagement, a way to get the whole community more involved. Then I guess, you know, my real approach is again, not to micromanage, not to do people's jobs, to monitor sufficiently to understand if they are achieving their goals. And then if I can see impediments to achieving their goals, to do some coaching and collaborating to try to overcome those stuck points, like the stuck point we had with the assessors and trying to define the world of work. And I guess when you do all those things, and you can do them in a hierarchical organization or in a Cub Scout troop or a collaborative organization, I mean, this is just how people work together. People want to be part of an effective and winning team, and whether it's a, you know, your bowling league or your swim team, the snapper swim team, or it's your work group at work that's trying to beat another work group to a product rollout. I mean, people want to be part of a winning team, and you build acceptance through success. So that's been my experience. When you can come in and deliver some successes and show that what you're doing has value and that you can add value when people need help and people are in trouble, but that you leave people free to do their jobs, you know, you try to hire good people, keep good people, leave them free to do their jobs. And that has really worked for me. You know, there are a handful of very prestigious awards in the Coast Guard, and there are 2 of them are for leadership, and they give it out every year. One of the 5,000 officers gets an award that's nominated from above, usually from the district admiral, and then there's an award that can be nominated by anybody. And in 1996, I got the leadership award when I was a captain of a ship in Haiti, deployed to Haiti, And it was submitted by a first-class petty officer on my crew who had just left the ship. So he wasn't really staying there trying to curry favor, but he wrote that leadership award for me. And, you know, you don't get that by being a dictatorial ship captain. You get that by being a ship captain that delivers victory and keeps the crew safe and healthy. And so.
Excellent. Jeff, you're on mute, so I'll just,
I gotta,
if I can jump in here.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask you, probably you have a lot of experience with this, with your experience in the military and everything, but how do you deal with conflict management, and what's your, like, with, say, two department heads aren't getting along, or there's other different small issues going on, how do you deal with conflict management?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, you know, when I was at like 25 years old and living in the Virgin Islands and my boss was in San Juan, I could deal with conflict management with all the certainty of a young person. And now that I am a dad and I have more experience, I am a lot more careful about dealing with conflict. I'm a lot more thoughtful about it. I'm a lot more careful. I'm at times less certain about how to deal with it, and I enjoy it. I guess I don't know if I ever really enjoyed it, and I enjoy it even less now, but I can do it, and I can do it very well. And so I guess I would say it's scalable, right? So the response to conflict issues is scalable. Minor conflicts, you can deal with them by cajoling, by mentioning, by discussing, by pulling people aside. Major conflicts require substantially different protocols. And so I'm thinking in terms of the case of where I found that the second highest paid and most senior person at the laboratory I was overseeing on the federal dime had given her husband, who was a landscaper, a $50,000 a year no-show contract to do nothing, basically to do these amorphous duties for which he was unqualified and which he didn't do and were unneeded. But she did it at $49,900, just below the threshold. To make it worse, she was a retired federal senior executive who had landed a job with a contractor after decades of obsequious behavior toward contractors, which is how the revolving door works in the federal government. So, you know, I did an audit. I developed a profile. I referred it to the Criminal Investigation Division of the Inspector General. The company that had retained her under the contract was embarrassed. She was separated and removed from her position. She was friends with several people I was friends with. She lived in the community I lived in. It was a very unpleasant, uncomfortable thing. But when you have put the handcuffs on people, this is sometimes severe measures are required. And you have to be dispassionate, and you have to be fair, and you have to be even, and you have to be right. And, you know, vet your documentation, get professional support, get legal support if necessary, and do it to the max. Rarely happens. The example you gave of two people not getting along, to me, that often goes back to the question of roles, responsibilities, accountabilities, and authorities. These conflicts happen when people don't stay in their swim lanes. People don't stay in their swim lanes when they're not clear about what they are. And when there's clarity on those issues, you sit down with the two people and say, do you understand what your role is here and what the other person's role is and where the line is? And is this a miscommunication? So you come in and bring clarity in that way, roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities and authorities. And, you know, it's important in an organization this size for people to support each other. We're about to connect to the MWRA in Hopkinton, and I'm working very closely with the DPW director because he runs the water system, but I'm going to have to come up with the $20 million to do this. So, and there are different ways to do it with different price points. And he has a sensitivity of the most elegant and effective solution, perhaps. And I have a sensitivity to taxpayer value and tax impact, as well as an effective long-term solution. So I would say there, you know, we're having this difficult situation we're managing together, and we're doing extremely well. I think it's pretty safe to say there have been times when he has thought I have overstepped my bounds, and there have been times when I have thought he should have called me before moving forward on something. And, you know, we're working through it because we both want the best thing. We want a good outcome for the town. We share common goals and objectives, and I talked about goals and objectives and how important they are. And having clarity on those and prioritizing those helps us to keep working together, even though we can be two kind of strong personalities trying to do the same thing, you know, without complete and full communication. So.
Thank you.
Paul, did you want to ask a question?
A word about grants. Are you able to assist the town of Sherborn in finding money?
I am. I have been a grant maker more than a grant taker, I guess I would say. I have been on the awarding side of more grants than on the receiving side. But I understand the process and I'm familiar with the process. I honestly think there are, you know, Sherborn has done so well at giving up control when it's to its benefit. Many towns will never have a regional school, and Sherborn has benefited tremendously by having a regional school with Dover. I mean, you couldn't offer the AP classes, you couldn't have the depth of programs in a system with 924 students. Brilliant, brilliant to do that. Many schools will resist it to the death. You know, the comm center, you know, your opportunity to look at things and say, we don't have to do every single thing ourselves, has resulted in a very lean government for you. Your approach to the ambulance service. I mean, you have been as open as rational people should be expected to be to finding efficiencies this way, that almost nobody is. That, you know, almost nobody's that open to it. And I think grants is a similar thing. I'm not sure it's the best use of my time to be writing grants. I could do it. I think I could probably do it fairly well. I really like to look for an opportunity to leverage a small amount of money to try to find people who can do that work, and certainly manage that and direct it and figure out what the low-hanging fruit is and go for the best opportunities. Yeah, so I think that's where I would be. This is another thing where you could collaborate with others to split some costs and get some very good work done at very reasonable costs. There are people who can do this inexpensively. And anybody who can do what you've done with your ambulance service can figure out a way to get your grant program going without spending a lot of money on grants and without tying up your town administrator half-time on grants. So.
Okay, let me ask the question now. What are the three most important qualities you seek when hiring a town employee? And how do you ensure that the applicant has those qualities?
So I think going back to when I talked about my management style, you know, I want to see people who are aligned with that style. So I really want to see people who have integrity, first of all. You know, that's a non-negotiable for me. I want to see people who have a record of that reflects a level of personal integrity. I want to see people who have competence. And it's great that you asked for 3. I mean, at the lab, everything was 3. It was the Trinity project, right? So everything had to be 3. So I think competence, there's really no substitute for competence. You really need people who can get the ball over the line, people who can do the mission, can perform the work, get the job done. And then I think the third thing is the soft skill side, where people have to behave with compassion. And this is, again, I don't know if this is something you go from being a young sailor to being a dad and you learn that compassion is important, or if it happens in different ways for different people. But, you know, we're in public service and people need to be respectful. They need to be respectful to their peers. They need to be respectful to people in different parts of the organization. They need to be respectful to the public, and they need to have that kind of focus that to understand that it's important to keep those links open. You can't be the bad boy accountant and win, right? There's no, maybe you can in the NHL or in some other field, you know, car sales, I don't know, but you need those three things. I think people have to be very, very honest and willing to accept and fess up when things aren't going well. They need to be good at their job or able to get good, right? Not everybody's even able to get good. You have to be willing and able to do that. And then you have to be, you know, the kind of kid you would want your son or daughter to work with. You know, I mean, I guess every time I hire someone, I think, is this someone I would want my son or daughter to work for? Is it someone who's honest and capable and will treat them respectfully? So I try to live that, and I would want that for my kids as a boss, and I guess that's why I would try to hire those people.
Thank you. Marion, do you have a question?
Yeah, Tim, could you tell me something about your experience while working in Hopkinton in collaborating with or negotiating with or working with administrators at the state or in adjacent communities, or both? What have you done in terms of Hopkinton's relationships with state government?
So, you know, we are situated like you. Of course, the regulator on the finance side is the Department of Revenue, Division of Local Services, and we do our filings with them. And we in Hopkinton are like Sherborn in that we are the A students sitting in the front of the row. Our filings are on time. They're flawless. They are, you know, we have a AAA bond rating. We have stabilization funds. And so there's very little that DLS, that we engage with DLS on. We present our excellent work and they tell us it's excellent and thank us. So there hasn't really been times when I've gone to them for help or assistance, and I haven't really collaborated with them, although I have recommended to the commissioner several times that they should either get the Collins Center or the Lieutenant Governor or DLS themselves to begin a knowledge bank where people can cross-share policies and procedures across the state. So it's something that hasn't taken off, but again, as I said earlier, it's kind of crazy that every community comes in and tries to read the MGL sections and then develop their own compliant approach to meeting expectations from our regulator. So I guess I would say if what I've tried to do and really haven't succeeded at is to provoke this idea that what we did in the nuclear weapons enterprise, you know, we'd have centers of excellence. So maybe Hopkinton should be the center of excellence for assessing, and everybody else should benchmark off us. And maybe, you know, Holliston is the center of excellence for recreation programs, and everyone should benchmark off them. But we're not really operating as an organism now, as a connected organism of communities with a common regulatory framework and a common regulator. As part of a commonwealth, they prescribe rules and we follow them. So, you know, the construct really isn't such that I've had very many productive engagements. I've benchmarked with other communities on questions about compensation, about, you know, tax rates, about financing, about using excluded debt, you know, Southborough, Northborough. We have a list of peer communities that are roughly 20,000 in size, and communities that I would say are in our boat for getting we get 10% of our revenue from state aid, and that's kind of how we stratify it. The wealthiest communities, your community gets 3% of your revenue from state aid. Fall River gets 65% of its revenue from state aid, right? So we try to benchmark with peer communities like us who get about 10% of our revenue from state aid, because Chicopee and Holyoke and, you know, Brockton have different issues and they have a different relationship with the state. You have very little relationship with the state because you get so little of their money, I would think. And you participate in programs, you know, the paving program, the sidewalk program. You know, we're talking to the state now about water infrastructure funding. So there's a provision for 0% loans during the construction phase, and then 2% loans in the long run for capital improvements. You can get that chiseled down to 1.5% if you're a certified housing compliant community, which we are. So we'll probably, with inflation coming, be working with the state on funding for our new water project. I guess another example would be the the School Building Authority, the MSBA. I work extremely closely with the school business manager. So the town manager, the school superintendent, the school business manager, and I are the 4 people who meet weekly and work extremely closely together. And in fact, I used our school business manager as one of my professional references for this application. The relationship with the schools is vastly more important to us than the relationship with the state. And the independent school board, I believe I've formed an excellent relationship with the schools and the school board, which is critical to our highest priority, which is to have outstanding schools. So, you know, I think working outside and then working with other boards and commissions. We had a Parks and Rec board that had a whole kind of convoluted spaghetti pot of funding approaches. And again, it was largely about control. I was able to come in my second year and we totally redefined the roles and responsibilities of the Parks and Rec board and the funding mechanisms and approaches for their programs. And they are better off and happier. It was an extraordinarily successful outcome. Something people said could never happen because, you know, there was this resistance to change. But if you can imagine, in our recreation program, the rec department was basically charging 7-year-olds who play soccer money that was used to mow our town common, which is doesn't make sense in anybody's world, right? The town should mow the town common. Kids who play soccer should pay for soccer, right? But it was all a very complex control thing. So a lot of relationship work, a lot of relationship building, a lot of outreach, a lot of engagement with our most important stakeholders. The state just are not a very important stakeholder for us. I mean, we thank God for Senator Spilka. We get good attention because, you know, people tend to listen to us.
Can I ask a question, Jeff?
Go ahead, George.
Yeah, just wanted to ask about kind of I know we talked about management style, but on like a day-to-day basis, how many, if you're in the office, what percentage of the day do you think your door is open versus closed? And how do you feel about kind of an open door policy and as a town administrator?
I think my door is open about 95% of the time. My family's actually traveling in Europe right now without me. I'm a little jealous. And so I close the door when they call me on WhatsApp because of the time zone differences. And I'll close the door if I'm on a call that involves personnel or a sensitive subject that really doesn't need to be the focus of chatter in town hall. I have a voice that kind of carries. People have told me they've heard me on the phone from the 3rd floor of town hall. So, you know, I close the door when it's operationally valuable to do so. If it's an extremely noisy day and I have like a select board presentation to do, I might close it, but virtually never closed. I want people to come in. I also want people to use their supervisory chain. So, you know, my first question if somebody 3 levels below me walks in is, have you talked to your supervisor about this? And can we bring your supervisor in so that we can discuss this? Because you have to support, if you want it to work, you have to support it. You can't say you want, people to have authority and then usurp their authority by going around them. So, you know, I think high accessibility, high engagement. I actually looked at your setup when I was in for my physical interview with the first panel, and I didn't know how that would work. I tried to see if I could peek into the manager's office. I couldn't quite see back in there, but I think, you know, functionally, we'll find a way to do that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Marion.
Yeah, I have another management style question. You know, from everything you've said, I'm just impressed by how process driven and analytic you are. And I can see you looking at how people are doing their jobs and thinking, man, they could be doing it better. And I know how. And, you know, that's, you say you're not a micromanager, but how do you avoid micromanaging when you can see processes that would work so much better? How do you approach people who are already doing their job in their own way?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question, and I actually have a few steps thought out for it, but I'll just jump into it. So, you know, people are resistant to change, and so the first thing I had to do was get my town manager to endorse this concept, to agree that this is important. And I was very upfront. I said all this in my interview. When I interviewed to apply here, I said, I thought this was a valuable thing. I don't want to tell you what you want to hear so that you'll give me a job and then I'll come in and do it my way and you won't like it. That's why I'm telling you what I think now, and you need to decide if that works in the culture of your organization. So the first thing I had to do was sell this up the chain and get my boss to support it. And we actually are at a point now where he requires every single employee who's not on a union contract, who is in a performance plan, to have a goal of documenting at least one business process a year in their goal. So when you're asking for senior level support, it doesn't get much better than that. It's in everybody's performance plan. They need to earn a raise to do that. So then comes the hard part where people resist or people do something that's not very valuable and you provide feedback. So you have to take the time to talk to people about how important it is. You have to have constancy of purpose. You need to stay focused on it. You need to stay on it. And then here is kind of the hard part. When something goes wrong and it's a result of a bad process, you need to make that a significant learning event. That is a term from officer candidate school. When you made a mistake and they wanted you to really learn, they would make it so emotionally significant for you that you would learn it forever. And so, you know, we had a case in Hopkinton where we went through the whole utility rate setting hearing and we did everything we were supposed to do. We hired consultants. I did analytical work. We did presentations. We had graphs and charts. We had a hearing. We had public comment. We did all this and we adjusted the rates, the water and sewer rates. The person who was actually implementing it changed the sewer rates, and then something happened. Somebody had a baby, or you know, a puppy came into the office, or somebody came in with flowers. They did not change the water rate. We went for a whole year without implementing the rate. We had done all this work to decide what the rate was for the health of the system, and it failed at the last point because the person got distracted when they were doing the task and there was no process to ensure it. Now, you know, people aren't perfect and people make mistakes, but those things don't happen if you have a good process. And that's when you have to, if you just tell people, oh, it's okay, nobody's perfect, you know, it'll be fine, we'll just raise the rates more next year to make up for the short, you know, that's a nice thing to do, but it's not good for the organization. For the organization, you have to make that a significant learning event and say, this failure occurred only because we had no good process in place. Get that process done. And, you know, you talked about conflict, and there are times when you need to provoke a little bit of conflict not in a angry way or in a threatening way or in a violent way or in a mercurial way, but consistently to say, this is what we've been talking about for 2 years. You didn't do it, and now this is here where you are, and you own this. And we're going to get over this, but you need to get on board. And so, yeah, I would say that's the method. You have to be consistent. I mean, I guess the parents on the call understand if you say no ice cream after 9 o'clock half the time, it's not a rule. It's just not a rule, and it's more effective to be direct and clear and hold people to those expectations. Sometimes people get a low raise for a year because they've done something and really failed to do a series of things they were supposed to do.
Anyone else on the select board have a question? All right, I have two here, one and a half. The first is, what's the one question that you really hope we would ask, and can you answer it?
Oh boy, let me glance at my stuff here. I thought you might ask about management style. I thought you might ask about cost control.
No,
Open-ended. Difficult challenge question. I guess I would say, I'll just talk about public service, because you're basically hiring someone to lead your team in public service. And, I've been in public service a long time. This is a challenging time for people to be in public service. The country is divided in many ways, and people go into public service because they want to serve the community. And when the community is fractured, that can impact how people feel about their career choice and their career decision. And it's been impactful for me. As somebody who worked in the Capitol, this has been a tumultuous period and a difficult period for me. I would say, again, public service, the foundation of it is integrity, as I said before. I think you want to say people in public service need to have compassion and engagement. So, whether it's a police officer pulling over a motorist who's having the worst day of their life and, problems that we don't know what they are, whether it's an ambulance crew responding to the person in the cluttered house who has made the same dangerous mistake for the 5th time, whether it's the person coming in to pay their excise tax who just doesn't like the law and doesn't want to pay because they don't like the law. Nothing that's within the control of the clerk who has to deal with that person. I think in all those cases, you have to be compassionate when you deal with people, and you have to engage. You have to keep engaging. I would say the next piece is resilience, which is, there's a lot of talk now of different wellness things and, meditations and, different philosophies that are coming out for how to make people more resilient. And as a manager, I have focused a lot on risk management and on organizational resilience, right? The lessons of Hurricane Sandy, were really about, and really in the lessons of 9/11, where we can't protect every skyscraper in America. We need to shift from radical defensive approaches to resilience approaches. And personal resilience is part of that too. How can you make it through 30 or 40 years in a public service career with some of the challenges people face? And personal resilience is, I think, really important to that. And I think if people can have those kind of qualities and can have competence and develop their competence and their craftsmanship, I think of myself as a craftsman in many aspects of my job. There are leadership aspects, and but writing is a craft that not everybody has developed craftsmanship on. Numerical analysis is a craft. There are many crafts, and I think developing your craftsmanship and then having pride in those things, that's really what public service is about. And the question, why do you want to be the town administrator for our little town. This is public service, and this is the career I've chosen. And this is a very nice opportunity to work with some thoughtful the people on all the boards and commissions that you have. This town relies heavily on citizen participation. If you go to a big city, there are people who serve on the police commission because they want to decide who's the police, chief, or who's going to be the detective inspector, detective lieutenant. When you get to a town this size, people are involved because they want to run the swim club, or they want to make sure there's tennis lessons, or they want to make sure that people with Alzheimer's are getting care, or that the library can do what the library needs to do. And it's the motivations are different, and it's a pretty positive and constructive environment compared to some fairly negative environments I've had to work in the past. So, the opportunity to work in a positive environment is pretty important to me.
Great. So the only concluding point, we appreciate your time tonight, is if you have any kind of a closing statement or any kind of last comments you'd like to make.
I think I have. So I did my research in advance on Sherborn, I hope, as you could tell, and I researched the board. I think few communities have the kind of leadership group and program that you have. I look at the people who are participating on your commissions and boards, and it's a very good group. And I think for these jobs, I'm sure every person you interviewed tonight is competent, and to get through this process and make it to this point. And really, it's about the fit and who would work well with the select board and the team to help move the community forward. So I could remain in Hopkinton for the next 5-7 years and make contributions and work with the friends I've made on the appropriation committee and the capital improvement committee and the school committee, and that would be an okay outcome for me. I would like to move up to the CEO role and work with your board and work with the other boards and commissions and have that be my professional experience for the next several years. And I just have faith in the process. So I'm happy to have had the opportunity to speak with you tonight and to participate in the earlier phases of the process. And I have confidence that the board is going to make a great decision for the town of Sherborn. And if we have the opportunity to work together, I look forward to that very much.
Great. Thanks for your time, Tim. We appreciate your spending the evening with us. Now
Thank
can
you.
Go back
Thanks,
to the
Tim.
European time zone.
Yes. They're in bed now, so I'll be talking to them in the morning.
All right. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we made it. It looks like we made it. So the next step in our process is really deliberation. We called it discussion and consideration of motions. So I'm going to start it off. We certainly got a lot of variety, I guess I would say, in terms of the different candidates, the different experiences. And as he said, they have unique backgrounds and qualifications, and each in their own way have a lot of things to offer to the town. And I have the benefit of having interviewed all three twice now and read and reread all their materials and resumes and given it some thought. So based on that knowledge and based on my personal beliefs, I don't believe any of these three candidates is a good fit with our town administrator role. I think they all have attributes that would be useful and helpful to the town, but I just don't feel like they're a good fit. So I feel pretty strongly about that. So I'd like to make a motion now that we take no action on all three of these candidates. And I'd like to first see if there's a second, and then if there is, we can deliberate among the select board.
I'm willing to second that, Jeff.
Okay, so why don't we turn to deliberation among the select board members?
I would agree on 2 of the 3, that I don't think 2 were good fits. But I did kind of, I do think the last candidate was somebody that was very interesting and somebody that we should seriously consider.
I guess if you permit me to respond, I don't completely disagree, because that person actually got favorable reviews from the search committee also. You know, one thing I'm looking at though is, of the 3 candidates, only one has ever been a town administrator before, and that person has only been a town administrator for 2 years. So I'm sort of betwixt and between a little bit, in that I sort of feel like we could do better, I guess is what I would say. I don't disagree that there's certainly intriguing things about all of them. Paul, do you want to add any comment to that?
Marion has her hand up.
Or
too, so-
Marion, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand why the committee might have placed number 3 very high. I see some really serious red flags with that candidate, and he certainly is interesting and dynamic, and would make a lot of changes. You can see that. But I'm concerned, one, about his management style. You know, he says he's not authoritarian, but he's very structured and formulaic, very process driven. It's all about, you know, structure and analytics, which is great. We could use more of that, but I agree with that. But I feel that he is interpersonally a bit of a steamroller, and that concerns me. I'm also concerned. I'm concerned about his resume and his description of his past work. I see a lot of hyperbole in this resume. You know, I would rather see a resume that describes very factually what he's done before. But, you know, like in the description of his work at Los Alamos, he was there for 8 years. So I admit that I'm sure he had a lot of responsibilities, but you know, I think he overstated it, because, you know, I've been the recipient of large programmatic grants from the government, not as big as Los Alamos Labs, but and I know what the administrator of a grant does. That was pretty clearly his role, a business and administrative person for the grant. And in the case of Los Alamos, it's a major grant from the government to the laboratory. But yeah, I think he makes the most of it, but I think it's overstated. And I wouldn't be able to back that up without interviewing him in some detail about what he actually was doing. But I think it's part of what bothered me about his whole resume. It's kind of, there's a lot of formulaic words in there that I didn't think were as directly descriptive of what he would have been doing in that situation, in that job. So I'm not accusing him of lying, not at all, but that sort of makes me a little uncomfortable about his style.
Paul, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, so I'm going to vote against your motion, Jeff, because I find any one of the 3 to be perfectly acceptable. My view is that any one of the three brings assets to this community that are stronger than I've seen in town administrators and other communities who have been successful. And I feel I can work with any one of the three. And I feel that the contributions that any one of the three make would improve the town of Sherborn and make the government and the town a better place. So I am ready to support any one of the three and leave it up to the other members of the board as to who they feel might be the best fit. But as I say, I see, I have the benefit of working with a lot of town administrators and dealing with a lot of cities and towns. And as part of my work with the MMA, I have the honor of representing all 351 cities and towns from time to time. So I've had a lot of contact, and these three are very good when you measure it against what is there in the rest of the state. So I'm ready to support any one of them.
Yeah, I guess I'm at the opposite end of the spectrum. Marion or George, do you want to add anything to it? I'm going to, after that, I'm going to recognize Vicky who's raised her hand.
Yeah, I think there's a difference. I can't just generalize that all three are qualified, like Paul said. I don't think the first two candidates were good fits. I think one of them didn't have any familiarity with small town issues. The other one, I don't know, talked in a lot of generalities, but I do think we should seriously consider Mr. O'Leary, our last candidate. I do think he brings something unique, something different, which we could use. It's not just any old town administrator that I just think he has some fantastic experience, and I don't want to just throw it out. He was just some of the notes that I wrote down. I feel like he has well-rounded experience. He's very familiar with our focus on schools here, which I feel like a lot of times we separate ourselves from the schools because they have their own governance, but I like the idea of having more connection with the schools within the town. I think he has very good organizational thoughts. He's familiar with exactly what we did at town meeting with the changes in the town administrator role and the finance director role. He's done his research. The other people did a little bit of research, but they didn't know specifics like he did. I think he's a good listener. He actually, some of the questions I asked, he went back and made sure he really answered my questions. He didn't just do generalities like some of the other candidates. I don't want to just blanketly throw it out. I think you guys did a lot of work. I know the committee doesn't just consist of, the people on the select board, and you guys voted to support this guy to bring him to this level. And I think there's a reason for that. So I think we really should consider this.
Yeah, he was one of the top considered. My concern is actually personality. I just think his talking could become excessive and sort of overwhelming at some point. So he's incredibly bright, I think, and he does have that diverse experience, but I sort of worry about in a small town that he would sort of be a fish out of the water and sort of just trying to talk too much, and a lot of people are just trying to get their daily job done, and I can see these long conversations being cumbersome or
yeah. To be
tough.
quite honest, I found him to be a similar person to why many people moved to Sherborn. He brought his kids from New Mexico to Massachusetts
Yeah,
I was just rated the worst school system in the country versus Massachusetts being #1. And he recognizes that Dover Sherborn is the #1 school district in the state. And he knows our community. That's why 90% of the people are in this town. We came here for the schools. A lot of people stay, but
yeah.
when you make the decision to move here, he knows he's similar to a lot of us.
Yeah, it definitely did. I
Sure.
felt of all the, we looked at 8 candidates and interviewed 4, and I felt he did infinitely more research than all the
Mhm.
other ones.
And one thing, I mean, we are hiring a finance director soon too, and he has that finance background, and I think that's an
Mhm.
important component that we need in a town administrator.
All right, before we vote, I'd like to, Paul, did you
Yeah.
want to add something?
Yes, in the last town administrator contract that I prepared, which was like 3 weeks ago for another community, we put a probationary period in there for the first. We had asked for 6 months and he agreed to 3 months. But you have a chance to see, does he show up on time? Is he, all the things that you mentioned, Jeff, that you're worried about, that would sort out in the first 3 months. And if your worst fears were proven, then the motion that you're making now, we can do 3 months from now. And
We can, but I'd rather not have to go that route. And I think most of our contracts have a 6-month probationary period in them, but it's a good point. But if possible, I would rather not take that chance just because I don't feel that any of the 3 are a good fit. So let's listen to Vicky, and then we can deliberate a little more and then vote. Go ahead,
Thank
Vicky.
you. Thank you for giving me the time. I just wanted to thank you all for the time you spent tonight. I know it's a long night. And the committee spent a long number of days and nights doing this. I have to tell you that your assumption that there's other better candidates out there is very wrong. The candidate pool for town administrators is extremely minimized by the amount of people that are looking for town administrators. And to the extent that we've had people that would be appropriate for the town, we went through that vetting and we came up with the 3 candidates that you see. It's just difficult in a time period where everybody's trying to find someone to be able to get the perfect candidate. And I will tell you, I'll be very frank with you, from where we came from, my estimation, anybody's good from what we had going on. I will tell you that I don't understand, Jeff, why all of a sudden you changed your mind on him, because you were in agreement with all of us that he was the best candidate out of everybody for this position. And now you've done a complete turnaround on it. And Marion, I agree with your perspective of Tim, but I can honestly say that I had the same perspective on paper. And when I first met him, during the conversation, what struck me in the 2.5 hours that we had with him was that he's to the point. He understands people. He knows how to work with people. He knows how to manage up and down. He knows how to promote from within people so that they feel good about themselves. We have a huge amount of problem within the town government in that we don't have a leader. And if you're saying that Tim's not the right person, he's a perfect leader. And I don't know what you guys are looking for. I'm very disappointed in that you can look at these people and say that none of them work. I just am very disappointed in that. You had 8 people on a committee and 2 consultants that looked at all of these people and said, these are the best people we can bring forward. Other people that may have been considered have been hired away already. And there's still a lot of firms out there looking for people. So you're going to ask Diane to sit in for another who knows how long for the perfect person that doesn't exist. All I'm telling you is I don't believe that you're giving the right perspective on this. Marion, I completely understand your reticence on some of the points, but honestly, I think that Tim could guide this town in a way that would move us forward and look forward out 10 years and get us prepared for what's coming down the road. That's what I'm worried about with this town. I think we need somebody that can look 10 years out and say, this is what we have to plan for, and start putting a roadmap together so we are prepared. I don't think that people do that and have done that for us. You guys on the select board have a lot to do between your day-to-day work and what you have on your table already. You need somebody in that job that's going to be your co-captain and go out there and look for you and say, these are the things that we really need to do. And this is the homework I've done. And here's what we can do. The finance part is huge with what Tim has to offer. And I'm not saying all this because I want him in the job. Well, I do want him in the job, but I'm saying this because after looking at the landscape out there, you have a leader, you have somebody that can help people internally feel good about themselves. You have a finance somebody that knows finance, which is what we're going to face in the next 10 years in this town, is finance problems and how to manage and how to finance the town. I just don't believe that you got a real good picture of these people tonight. And I'm sorry that you couldn't do it in person because I think it would have been a different perspective. But to throw the baby out with the bathwater right now is wrong. It's just wrong. I won't go into detail of what I know what's going on, but I really hope you put a lot of thought into whether you're going to put this down and say you're not going to deal with any of them right now. Because I'm not going to be quiet about things.
I didn't ask you to be quiet. That's why I recognize you. And I
understand that, but I have other things I could talk about, but I'm going to just let it all sit here now. And I really believe that if you feel anything that you can give one person a chance in this group, Paul's idea of a probationary period is an excellent one. I think that people will have a chance to get a feel for the style, and we will be able to see in a certain period of time whether it works or not. And you know what? Somebody like Tim would probably say fine, because he could probably get a million jobs other places. But we should be flattered that somebody with that experience wants to work for the town and not say, why does he want to work for the town? I don't understand that.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think he's a fit with the town.
You did
myself.
when we had our meeting,
I
Jeff.
felt he was the best of the 8 candidates that we looked at, but
You didn't want anybody in the job, is what it was, what it comes down to.
I didn't like any of the candidates.
No, you liked him. You said he was.
I
fine with the
voted
job.
for only one candidate, which was Tim.
Right.
But I do not now feel that he is the best fit with Sherborn, because I don't think his personality is a good fit. And he has only 2.5 years of municipal experience total in his career.
And
this
this town's going to be really hard to manage, looking at all the other experience he's had in his life.
I actually think that's true. I agree with that statement, because I think he won't fit in because of that, because of all the other things said. Enough said there. Bill, we're not really opening for this.
I am not done with this, Jeff.
Vicky, you are done right now, because I just recognized Bill.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to say that as a member of the committee, I believe that Vicky correctly reports the spirit of the committee, the decisions we made. I completely endorse everything that she said, and I am very surprised and somewhat amazed that you voted, Jeff, for candidate O'Leary, and now you're voting against him. I really would be curious as to why that is. So I just say that the committee, what Vicky said is consistent with what I heard in the meetings in the committee, and that's it.
That's fine. So from my perspective, my motion was that we take no action on these candidates, because I don't believe they're a good fit with the town. I'm doing what I think is in the best interest of Sherborn. And I agree that there's only one candidate of these 3 that I voted that we interview at the select board level, and that was Tim. But I now do not believe that his personality would fit well with the town. So that's my feeling. So what I would like to do now is, if there's any other select board comments, just move to a vote.
Yeah.
I just think we put this committee together. We've had a unanimous vote for this candidate. Well, I think he interviewed well. I don't know why we would throw it out now. That's my final comment on it.
That's fine. I mean, that's a valid contact, but I'm not willing to just put some
'Cause-
hot
'cause I
body
have-
into the job and have, look for someone else 6 months later.
I don't think
that's working out.
that's the case, though. I think you had a very qualified group of people that all voted that this guy was qualified. You interviewed him. And I'm saying, and I think this is the first time I interviewed him or met him tonight. I mean, I wasn't as impressed with his resume as I was with him personally tonight. I think he's a good fit. And I think it's time we hire a town administrator, and we've gone through the process, and let's do it.
Can I,
Well, so go ahead, you make a point, Paul, and then we're gonna vote.
so my point is first, I agree with George and would second the motion to hire Tim if he makes it. But the real point is that 8 people on the search committee, including you, Jeff, put a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of thought, all motivated by trying to do the best thing for the town. And in that process, there was so many good things done by every member. So to get to this point and basically to reject all the work that the committee did is really hard to accept, because it's basically devaluing all of that volunteer labor and all of that effort that, again, was motivated solely to better the community. And instead, I would urge you to respect that work and find your way to support the committee and the results that.
I respect all the work the committee did, and I was on the committee. I do not believe this is in the best interest of the town of Sherborn. That's how I feel, and I'm not going to change my mind on that. So what we can do is we can vote on this motion that we've had a second on, which is that we take no action in all 3 candidates. And if that motion fails, then we can entertain another motion.
Is there any opportunity for us to interview these people in person?
Yeah.
Because I find the Zoom.
You can get Buzz back in, Jeff. He's waiting to talk about doing just that.
He's in the waiting room deliberately right now.
I think I like that suggestion, Marion. I like the idea of live interviews. I hate the Zoom. I hate this, that we're still doing Zoom meetings at this point. There's multiple reasons that I could get into, but this is one of them, that you don't really get to interview somebody if you don't see them face to face.
Well, I do think Zoom meetings are a good idea, given the statistics on Omicron right now, but I don't like this process. For this process, I don't like it.
We also have things that don't get signed when they're approved. So it's just like, that's
Right.
I'm not going to go there, but I think an interview is not well served on a Zoom meeting.
Well, let's vote on my motion, and then I'll entertain other motions from the board. So I'd like to request a vote on the motion that's been made and seconded. Marion?
Yeah. I don't know, Jeff. I mean, I feel like I'm not quite ready to dismiss all 3 of them either, because the search committee makes a really good point. They did a lot of work, and the pool out there is what it is. But are we committed at this point to let the consultant continue to run this process?
Well, I think that's
it's a different motion. It's a different.
I think it's a separate topic to discuss.
Topic.
Yeah.
But it does play into how we go forward from here. So
I would just,
I could say something here, which is that if this motion is defeated, I'm going to make a suggestion that the process continue with those members of the board having an opportunity to meet one-on-one with the candidates in person. I agree with a point that was made earlier, I think by George. The search committee met in person and did the interviews in person, live, all in the same room. And it is a big step forward to be able to see people in real life and their body language and all of that stuff. It is an improvement in the process. So if this motion is defeated, I would like to make a motion that we continue the process with some one-on-one interviews with members of the board and with these candidates.
Well, I guess the problem I have with that, Paul, is, that would then be 4 different conversations and we wouldn't necessarily know how to integrate them. Would it be better just to have a 4-on-1, have the 4 select board members interview that one person that you want to talk to? If you do one-on-ones, you might be responding to 4 different conversations. So you could arrive at different results because it wasn't the same conversation. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't need, because I saw them in person, I don't need to have that one-on-one. What I'm concerned with is that George and Marion didn't have an occasion to see them one-on-one. You and I have had the conversation to be in person in the same room with them and shake the hand and all that kind of stuff. They haven't. And so I want to give them an opportunity. So we're not talking, I don't envision you're wanting to have one-on-ones, but if you do, that's fine with me too, but I don't need it. So it'd be like,
Ones would be fine with me, and then.
Yeah, if we did
we'd all
4-on-1s,
be-
that's fine with me too. I just think I'd like to meet these people live, because I might change my opinion on the other 2 as well, if I got to meet them in a room. And I think, as an example, when we hired the police chief, I think that went well. And when I met him in person, it was even better. Like, it's just, when you have a live meeting, it's so much different than a Zoom meeting.
Well, so let me ask the question. If I'm hearing you correctly, do you think we want to have a one-on-one with just one candidate or all 3? A 1-on-1, a 4-on-1. And Paul, if you choose not to participate, it'll be a 3-on-1.
I think it would be with all 3, because I think I would like to give the other 2 an opportunity to be seen in person. Maybe I'd change, maybe some things are different if I see them in person. Same thing with, maybe I have a different opinion of the candidate I like.
Well, then in some ways, I feel that validates my motion, which is to take no action, is what I said. I didn't say to reject anyone. I said to take no action. I'm not ready. I can't support hiring any one of these right now or proceeding to a hiring process. So if I would consider withdrawing my motion, if we agree to do a 4-on-1 or however many want to participate in person with any 1, 2, or 3 of these candidates.
I would really prefer that, and I would like it to be a 4-on-1, not a 3 or a 2-on-1.
I prefer that also,
we
because
should all
we have
a
the same
chance
basis
to
for
hear
decision
each
making.
other's concerns.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so I'll withdraw my motion, and why don't we rephrase the motion? Do you want to?
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead, George.
I'll make a motion that we not offer the position to anyone tonight, and instead refer to live interviews with the 3 remaining candidates.
And
second,
maybe I would suggest the 4 of us and Diane also as the interim town administrator. Is
Yeah,
that what
I
you
think it
said?
has to be an open session, so it's, if the public
Yeah.
wants to come, they can come to the meeting. It has to be an open session.
Has
So
to
you're-
be public, has to be a public.
Has to be a
meeting.
public meeting, absolutely. Vicky.
Right.
So
No.
you're saying that we would then basically have this identical meeting in person, is what you're saying?
Yes.
And
And-
so what would we do differently?
And I think the other part of it is,
Where's
because we
Eric?
did do hour and 15-minute long interviews tonight, I don't think we need to go to that extent. I think
Yeah.
it's more of a half hour each, get to know you in person meeting.
Okay, one thing I would suggest if we do that is that we maybe structure our questions a little better. We were like, when we did the
Yeah,
search
yeah,
committee.
absolutely. I think we can plan that with Diane, how we
Yeah.
structure our questions and how we have, how we discuss, how we go forward with it to be organized and make the time efficient.
Okay, so your motion, if I understand it, is to have in-person interviews with all three candidates in open session.
Yes,
And would you recommend to be the same night, or would it be actually make more sense to do it
I think it would be in the same
sa-
night.
same night? Okay. So
If
is there a
that
second,
works
is there a
for everyone.
second for George's motion?
Second.
Okay, before
With
we
the
vote, go ahead, Paul.
That the general court passed this extension of virtual meetings that allows these hybrid meetings. So when we're going to do this, we don't actually need to have 35 residents come in to see us interview. We have in the selectmen's meeting room now the ability to do these hybrid meetings.
We
And maybe
sort of do, but
Sort of. It's
I
not, the
spent two-
technology's not working yet.
I spent 2 hours with Klaus on Tuesday and we couldn't get it working yet, but Klaus and I are committed to, we have to pair, it's a large monitor with a camera on top so the audience can see the people present in the room. And we couldn't pair it with the computer yet, but anyway, we will shortly have the capability.
So the
So-
point is that let's do that if we can for this meeting.
Okay, so before, we have a motion and a second, and we have three people with their hands raised. So I'll recognize Bill, then Courtney, then Vicky. Go ahead, Bill.
This is just a question. You keep referring to 4 select board members, and there are 5 people on the select board. Is Eric not participating?
He wasn't available
And
tonight, but we can include him in future ones if he's available.
Thank you.
Courtney?
The one thing that's very disappointing about this process tonight is that we've had how many hours of interviews, and now we're deciding to do this in person. And this should have been a decision before the Zoom interview even happened. That's, you guys make your own decisions. I'm not here to tell you who to pick or not pick, but this is not a good way to run, a search. It is reminding me of the first superintendent search.
I agree with you, Courtney. I actually called Diane to ask if today's meeting was live, thinking an interview would be live. And I'm sorry that we didn't do this live tonight.
Well, I guess only way I would disagree is that we conducted the police chief search entirely virtually. We never
But
had.
that was at a
any
different
person-
time, Jeff. It's
No, I understand, but it was still done virtually and it was successful. So I don't think it's because it's not in person that, I think these candidates have some great attributes, but they also have some flaws that I'm not willing to commit to any of the 3 right now. But I don't think it's because of it not being in person, because we were able to do the police chief search virtually and understood that COVID was a little different in 2020 than we are right now, but I don't think that's why it's not working. I think I agree with Vicky's point that is a dearth of solid candidates for town administrator, but where we disagree is I'm not willing to just hire a hot body to fill a spot if I don't think it's the right person for the town. So Vicky, one more shot.
I just, to the police search situation, we had 7-8 hours of an assessment that we did with them one-on-one that
Yes,
you could, counteract that was
that was just, you were the only search committee person. or
correct,
select
but
board
it was,
person there,
it was a huge in-person
Yes,
situation that
that's
made a difference.
that's a good point.
I don't believe that we're looking for a hot body. I just don't like that kind of
Well, that's-
inference because I don't think that's true. I think that you had 8 people and a consultant we paid over $10,000 to look at somebody that was not a hot body that would fit and work with the town that had a lot of capability. So, I really don't think that that's correct. I think that in this situation, because all of you and Eric will be working with this person one-on-one, it probably is a better situation to look them in the eye and get a feel for their personality better than in online. This is going to be your partner in crime, if you will, because they're going to be working with you the whole time, and you need to look at this person and say, yep, I get them. I think I can work with them. And so I'm sorry that it went virtual, but I really think having them face to face and you getting to see their body language, how they look, how, when they're sincere, what comes across, it's going to make a big difference. This is your partner for the next however many years. And, it probably should be more than one interview anyway with them. I think that, you and Paul had the best approach because you were with them when we were doing everything. But, I think Eric and George and Marion need to look them in the eye and make that decision as well. So I agree with doing the in-person.
Okay.
So can I just say I agree with the comment that all three are excellent candidates, and to say that they're flawed, well, every human being is flawed. Nobody is perfect. And these, again, are well above the norm for town administrators. So I don't think we ought to be so negative about good people.
Agreed.
Well, I respectfully disagree on that.
All right, I have a motion. Can we vote on it?
We already have a second, so yes, we can vote. Marion, the motion is, just to remind you, is that we will now conduct open session interviews in person with the three people we interviewed tonight, but shorter in duration, perhaps a half hour per candidate.
Correct.
So I vote aye.
George?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am aye as well.
Great, thank you.
Carries unanimously. Is there anything else we want to discuss with respect to the search? We'll have to schedule that. We have a select board.
Can we do it at our, I think we should do it sooner rather than later, because I feel like we can't keep these people hanging out there.
No.
Well, our next scheduled select board meeting is the 11th of August.
I think we could consider a special meeting for this.
I could do a
I think
special
this is
meeting
so
next
important.
Thursday on the 4th.
I'm
Yeah,
not sure. Let me check that.
I don't think they should have to wait another 2 weeks.
No.
If you want to get Buzz back in, he can tell them because they're all waiting in the waiting room.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, I can do the 4th also.
Paul, does that work for you, the 4th?
Yeah, so I'll make myself available.
So what we're saying is maybe we'll book a 2-hour slot, like half for three candidates and a half for deliberation.
Right, and it's just for those three interviews. We don't have anything else on the agenda. It's
Correct.
just to
Correct.
review the three of them.
On the 4th.
Yep,
That makes sense.
live at town hall.
Yep. And
Yeah,
we'll
and
live, and we'll see if, to Paul's point, if we're able to get the hybrid technology to work, we could allow the audience to include people who are attending by Zoom, but the select board and the town administrator and the candidates would be in person.
Diane, does the 4th work for you?
Yes, any night you pick will work for me. I'll make it work.
Thank you, Diane.
And what time? 7, 6? What time?
I would say 6:30 again.
Yeah. That's good. That'd be 8:30.
30, a 6:30, a 7, and a 7:30 for them, or
Yeah,
6:30, 7:15. If we want a little time in between, but it's
yeah.
Okay, and so we'll try and get the kink out of that hybrid, but I talked to Klaus today and he's waiting for some parts. And so everybody knows the story that things just don't want to come in when you want them to. So we'll do the best we can.
I mean, I think the fallback, I guess, would have to be just a 100% in
Just
person meeting
100%, right.
if we can't do the hybrid. I mean, we could possibly do a hybrid with someone's laptop, but it wouldn't be very visible. I don't think that would work well.
Right.
Is there anything else that anyone wants to add to the town administrator search agenda item?
Nope.
We're good with that. So let's take Vicky's advice. Is Buzz still there, Diane?
Yes, he is. I will admit him in.
Yep.
I have a question as to why we still need a consultant at this point.
Well, one point is, I'm not really a fan of this process, but they haven't done the thorough background check on any of the candidates yet. They recommended doing that after the fact. So one reason is perhaps if they could do it, see what you think, Vicky, if we could do the background check before the 4th also, that might be wise, so that we know that there isn't a showstopper issue that would turn up after the fact. Does that make sense to people?
Hey, they are-
We just should tell Buzz what we're doing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And,
is he
and
here? I don't s-
background checks, and that would include talking to references and
Yes,
Yeah,
whoever they can dig out that knows.
we would do the Corey check. They would do everything else.
can you hear us, Buzz?
Buzz is muted. Buzz, you're muted.
Yeah,
Yes,
there you go. So where we ended up, Buzz, just to brief you, we wanted to deliberate on our own. We decided that we would like to interview all 3 candidates again, but in person instead of on Zoom. We may possibly make it be a hybrid event so that some of the residents in town could participate virtually, but all of the select board members and the town and interim town administrator would be in person, as well as the candidates. And what we're proposing is that we have those interviews next Thursday, which is the 4th of August, and that they would be much briefer. Since we heard from them tonight, we would only probably consider a half hour per candidate. And so we feel that it was felt by the group that we needed to make a better judgment based on having an in-person reaction or interaction with the candidates. And so that's what we're recommending, and you can get back to us if that's feasible for you and the candidates. And the second thing is, if it's feasible, I'm not sure if it gives you enough time, but it would be nice to have the background checks done, or at least as much of them as can be done, so that we can maybe feel comfortable there aren't any showstopper issues that would come up in any candidate's background that we're considering. You know what I'm saying? That there's maybe some follow-up background checks, but any major things would be identified.
all right, well, let me just explain the background checks and why we only do a background check on 1 candidate. First of all, the background checks cost about $1,500 each, and they take anywhere from 10 days to 2 weeks. They're probably about 10 to 12 to 15 pages, depending on the sort of the age and the experience of the candidate. In another community, the young man, 30 years old, only owned, one house and that sort of thing. His was probably 10 pages. Somebody like the experienced gentleman that we have tonight, they're going to be 15 pages, at the very least, with all kinds of bank records and criminal checks that we can do ourselves. So, that's a 10-day to 2-week exercise. And one of the issues that we have in doing all 3 of them is that if something comes up that is disclosed to you about somebody that you don't pick them because of that, then that puts them and us and you at risk. Now, what can we do? We can ask them for some references. We can make some phone calls on their basic references and have some basic information about the candidates. But what I would call the police background check that we do with the security company cannot be done on 3 candidates we wouldn't recommend it on 3 candidates at all, but even 1 candidate between now and the 4th. And now the motion that we make, the motion that we advise you to make is that it's a contingent motion to appoint, Mr. Jones as your next TA based on successful negotiations of a contract. And that may break down in negotiations. You may not come to terms. Unfortunately, it happens, not often, but it happens. And then a background check that's acceptable to you folks. So there's 2 conditions: the negotiation of the contract and a background check. Typically, by the time they get to this phase, there's probably isn't going to be anything in their background check that would be a disqualifying factor in our experience. Because these three gentlemen are from in-state. You know, we know information about all three of them, and we wouldn't be recommending somebody that would have, that would be embarrassing to you or as a, you know, as a TA in this community.
Okay. Marion has her hand raised.
Yeah, I think what, speaking for myself, what I would find most useful at this point in a background check is not the police, bank records, all that, which I think we can safely assume would be okay with all these three, and it would be in a contract anyway. But the references from people that they've worked with before. And I should ask you something about the background check. You know, they provided us with a couple, they provided you, I should say, with a couple of people that could be contacted about them. But when you do a background check, do you contact other people that are
Yes.
convicted? And so that's the kind of information that for me, it would be very good to have at this point. And I don't know if that takes 2 weeks to get. It's a few phone calls.
That takes time. Yeah, that's a 10-day to 2-week exercise, because we simply just don't go to their references. Who are they going to list? Of course, they're going to list somebody who's going to say something positive about them. So we're going to, that's nice, but we're going to go around that and go to secondary or third sources about the individuals.
Well, then, given that, I should bring it back to the select board. Is it worth waiting for that information and holding off on our interviews until we have that? What do you think?
Well, we have one weird situation in that one of the candidates, I believe, reported to one of the other candidates. So I suspect that that's certainly, a reference check that could be unusual.
Well, but if we would, Jeff, we wouldn't use that, I mean.
I understand that, but I mean, it's still they're very well known to each other.
I think it's more important that we interview them next week. I'm not as concerned, like, with the background. I think Buzz is correct on the fact that, we typically do a background on the one candidate that we're thinking of making an offer to. Let's just continue on this course, meet with them next week, and make a decision.
So my
Right.
this is,
I could go with that. I mean, given that the background check that you provide us with includes the check of people who've worked with them in the past.
so my 2 cents is that I wouldn't want to lose any of these candidates. We've gone through other searches where we start out with 23, we get to 8, we go to 4, and then everybody drops out and we have none, or we have just one, and it may not be the one that we it may not be our first choice. Let's put it that way. So delay doesn't help us. I agree with George that let's move this thing along. It's been since January that we've been talking about getting a new town administrator. This is going to be 8 months.
Okay, so, but it is worth 1 week to wait and have a chance to see.
Those
Yes.
weeks add up, Marion. We say that all the time about things.
No, she means just till next Thursday. But
Yeah,
if-
yeah.
If we could get any reference material by next Thursday, Buzz, whatever's available, it would be appreciated. I think that's what you're saying. Is that right, Marion? I'm putting
Yes.
words in your mouth.
Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Bob and I can make some phone calls, do some basic checks, but it certainly isn't going to be the $1,500 document,
We understand.
12 to 15 pages kind of thing.
Yep.
Not what we're asking for.
Anybody else have anything to bring up on this subject? All right. If not, we'll move on with the select board meeting. So thank you, Buzz, and thank the candidates for us. We appreciate all their effort tonight in their interviews and responsiveness, and I think they'll enjoy meeting us in person also.
And thanks
what-
also to Vicky and Courtney and Bill and the rest of the committee that
Exactly.
did all the work on this.
And Diane, don't forget Diane and all the town employees that spent a lot of time preparing for this.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, what times would you like to have the candidates in at, so I can contact them tomorrow
You
and
can,
let them know?
yeah, we talked about starting at 6:30, and I think we might have like 10 minutes to get set up. So maybe a 6:45, a 7:15, and a 7:45, 30 minutes each. And then we'd have 15 minutes in the front for the select board to get organized and maybe agree on questions or whatever. Start at 6:30 on the 4th if they're available. Then first candidate 6:45, 7:15, and 7:45. And then the select board would have 15 to 20 minutes after all three.
Jeff, I would probably schedule 10 minutes in between.
I
Okay,
agree.
that's fine. So we could do it, have them at 40, just make it 45 minutes if you want, with us spending 15 minutes. with each
6:45,
one.
7:30 and
8:15.
8:15. All right,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And see what their availability is, and you could change. I don't think we care about the order necessarily, whatever works for them.
Yes, I can do that. Yep. We can get that scheduled. And then I'll write you a piece about each of them if I find anything disqualifying from the references they give me and others that we will use.
Terrific. Any other points, anyone?
Nope.
If not, I think we'll move on with the routine business. Believe it or not, we still have left on the select board agenda. So thank you, everyone. Thanks to all the town employees, the town committee members, and the residents for hanging in there with us tonight. And we'll move forward to next Thursday on that. So the next item on our agenda is routine business select board reports. I don't have any, but I think, Mary, did you have something you wanted to bring up on select board reports?
I did, yes. The select board got through Diane, got a letter from a resident of Coolidge Street who was very concerned about developments, additional building at Sweet Meadow Farm on Coolidge Street. And I thought I'm just mentioning it to say that at a future select board meeting, it might be good to examine that whole zoning issue that they've had for a long time on Coolidge Street with Sweet Meadow Farm. But it's a planning board and a building inspector issue. They've approved the plan for the expanded facility, but Sweet Meadow Farm has been kind of, I would say, abusing their assumption that they're an agricultural institution when they're in a residential district and they're actually a business. So I think it's just good to look at that and decide how to manage it, because every time they add a new part to a new structure or a new whatever, they're adding it really in despite zoning laws. And I think we need to respond to the abutters in some way about that.
One quick question on that, Marion. I mean, I don't know. I know it's a concern and everything, but it's kind of out of our pure. We don't want to be telling the planning board what to do.
No.
I think we got to be careful with that and just say, I think a lot of times I've had residents contact me about the Board of Health or et cetera, and I'm like, the Board of Health is not our jurisdiction. You have to go directly to the Board of Health. We don't oversee the Board of Health. We have no per se with what the Board of Health does. So I think
That's
it's the same with the planning board.
I think
Well,
that's a good point. The only thing I'd say, George, is this could be something that we're almost like an integrator. If the planning board or the ZBA and the building inspector sort of are each doing their own little piece, but no one's integrating the three, we
Yeah,
maybe a way where we could have the three, if they're whatever the three entities are, or four entities, if they at least came and we had a discussion, because I asked the same question you did, George, and one of the things Marion brought out is that this really is sort of more of a summer camp and a riding program and doesn't really raise any crops. So is it, and I don't believe it's a 61A or B property, but we could confirm that. I'm not sure if it's really treated as a farm or how it's treated, but it is it's immediately next to residences. So it's a little bit different of a situation, and it may cross multiple boards rather than one.
That's
right, because I was gonna say,
exactly
even the
what I was-
61A issues is a assessor's issue, not our issue.
No, I know, but I may be wrong, but it seems like it may be falling between the cracks between various jurisdictions.
Just a minor legal point, which is that horseback riding and stabling and all of that is considered agriculture.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
it's one of the things that they have there.
Yes, it is. That's
It
true.
is one of the things, and there are some rules, and I think we need to look into this, into the laws concerning this more before we do anything. At the very least, I thought we should at least, as Jeff said, serve as sort of an integrator between zoning, planning, building inspector, and perhaps the assessor, just to make sure everybody's on the same page, because I don't think those groups have ever sat down together and figured out how to handle it.
And I could see from a resident standpoint that you're sort of then asking them to talk to 4 different boards to make a complaint, so it is difficult.
Right.
But you also have to look at it from the business owner's perspective too, that,
Yeah,
they're going through the channels that they're supposed to be going through.
yep, that's true. That's true.
That's right. In the past, they haven't gone through the channels lately.
No, I know that, but I'm saying, like,
Yeah, at this point,
we
yeah.
can't supersede when we have no jurisdiction.
True.
Yeah, good point. Just thought I'd bring it up because we were asked about it.
Mhm.
So in terms of next steps, Marion, do you think we should talk to a couple of committees and see what interaction they've had, or what do you, I'm feeling out here what we should do
I have
next?
talked to Gino on planning board,
Okay,
and he agreed that their status as an agricultural property is certainly questionable. But we've been approving stuff for them after the fact or before the fact for years, so I'm not sure that this is the time to start to.
well, let's give it some thought, but it seems like we probably need to be at least aware of what's going on if a citizen's complaining.
Right. Okay, that's all I had for now.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand, Wendy. It's
That's
Wendy
okay.
Lassie.
That's okay. You're
Um,
outlined in green, Wendy. We can see you.
Thank you. Okay. Could somebody or Marion, would you mind sending me over an email? And I can take a look at the property and make sure that it's not recreation and that it is in fact chapter 61A, which is agricultural, and
I don't
take a
believe
look
it
at.
is. I don't believe it's in chapter 61 of any kind, actually.
Oh, okay.
But you can check with Gino.
Yes, no,
Ask
sure. I
Gino.
thought when someone said agricultural, I automatically assume that it's in agricultural chapter land. So, okay. Thank you.
It's probably worth double checking though, Wendy, just because.
Absolutely. Yep.
We're-
If someone
we're
could
kinda-
just send me some info, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're
Or what is
welcome.
the address? What do you know the?
It's right on Coolidge at the intersection with Speen, basically.
Sweet Meadow
It's a-
Farm,
Yeah.
I think
Oh
it's lot
gosh. Yeah, I
111.
was just. Oh yes. Okay. Yep.
Sweet Meadow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Yep.
it. Yep. Got it. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other select board reports?
No.
No. Only thing I can tell you is in the library, we awarded the carpeting contract this week. So that's the last contract to be awarded. So if there's no other select board reports, is there anything, Diane, for interim town administrator report?
Ask a question before you,
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Sure.
that fastball was right by me. I'm still holding the bat.
I was just trying to
Does
brush
that
you
mean
back a
we're-
little
You
bit.
gotta swing faster than Big Poppy there. Paul.
Does that mean that we're on track to open the library? When?
There's still a substantial completion date in the latest schedule is still October 23rd, but final completion will probably be the end of November. So somewhere in that time frame, we'll be starting to move in. The ductwork is probably in the neighborhoods of estimated 2/3 installed right now. And they're hoping to be done with all the ductwork by the end of August, I believe. We're making some final repairs to the 2 or 3 windows that leaked, and that's next week, and they're then testing them, I think, the week after that. So the only thing that would be remaining then will be a lot of, Sean can answer better than I can in a minute, but that will be testing systems. In other words, we're installing all new ductwork, so we have to retest the HVAC system with the new ductwork installed, and some of the control systems and alarm systems commensurate with that once the ductwork is complete.
Great.
Oh, Sean, can you correct everything I misstated and add what I forgot? Where did he go?
Actually, I don't want to correct anything on the library. I actually raised my hand for the maybe I was going to help Diane with the TA report.
Oh,
Sean
sure.
doesn't want to
Good.
talk about the library is what he's saying.
No, I'm hoping for October, November, but I'll
Yeah.
take the shameless plug for the while I got the mic for several groups and committees that want to mention that we're in this level 3 drought, which is severe in nature.
Yes.
It's very serious, and there's plenty of documentation both on our website, on Nextdoor. It's been cross-posted in several places. It's a serious, serious concern. People will have wells going dry this in the next couple of weeks, if not already. So,
Well, Sean,
it's worth mentioning.
the good news is that outside my window, I hear rain.
Yes, short in duration, but I can validate, I swim the perimeter of Fawn Pond, and the far side by where the Tweeds used to live is like 8 inches deep, quite a ways out from shore.
Yeah.
So the pond level is way down. And you can look at, if you live in a neighborhood like I do with a fire retention pond, those levels are also way down.
Yeah. I walk in the woods every morning and everything's turning, the ferns are all turning yellow. It's really bad. It's but like Paul said, I don't think it's gonna do much, but at least it's raining tonight. There's a little bit of hope.
Yeah. All right. Well, if no one has anything else, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Hooray! So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor, Marion,
Aye.
George,
Aye.
Paul.
Hi.
Thank you very much, Diane.
Have a
And
good night, everybody.
Thank
I am
you.
as well- I am as well. Good night.
Good night.